take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. Comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. us when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the crease sheets cover up
Which is it?
Good afternoon from Gibraltar, or this is Chris Bray actually commentating from London. The match between Jürgen Orlowski from Germany and Julian Minwalla of the UK is just about to start. 13-point match, 2 minutes per point, 12 seconds per move. And I think this is a third round back. And the players are just getting set. So Jürgen with the white checkers at the bottom of the screen. Julian with the red checkers at the top of the screen. Both very strong players, so this should be an excellent match. With learning points, a bit of fun, a bit of tension along the way. I'm sure they've played each other before. I'm using a baffle box, so obviously very happy with that. Dice on check is not allowed in this tournament, so any dice that lands on a checker is deemed to be cocked. They're obviously chatting just before we get underway. Beautiful morning in London. No idea what it's like in Gibraltar. I'm sure it's bright and sunny. They're laughing at the moment, but one of them may not be laughing later, but we'll see. So in between the two matches today, I'll look at the draw sheets, which were available through the Gibraltar Facebook site. We should be able to look at the brackets and see who's progressing through either the undefeated bracket or the fighters bracket. I know Chris Rogers went out of the undefeated bracket last night, I think, to Thomas Halway, another very strong player. But I haven't seen the fighters bracket yet. So I don't know what they're talking about because we are ready to get underway. The hands are shaken and we're hopefully about to be up and running. Cube is in the middle. Cube is on 64, obviously, equaling 1. Just deciding where to place the cube because of the baffle box, and obviously you've got the clock on the other side. Okay, so opening roll to Jürgen, 2-1, standard play. Down on slot. And 5-2 in response is not that useful. 5s are nearly always not very useful in the opening because they just go to a point we've already got. So 13-8, 24-22 is the standard response. So the 3 is easy, which makes the 5 point, and then the 5s is fairly clear as well. I'm not going to hit loose from the 8 point here. So red's got very little, but he can take a racing advantage by running away with 22-13, which is what he will do. His game plan is never very simple. It's to escape the last checker. 3-2 is going to be another standard play. So the 11 point is useful, surprisingly, even though you've got the 5 point here. Double 2 is a great reply. I suspect 2 points will be made. 2 checkers down. Yeah, there's no need at this point in time to advance 24-22. There's no panic about that rear checker, and the 11 point is very useful because it bears on the open 5 point. 2. That's double 2, 1, 2, 3. Those 3 are obvious. I would probably come up 24-22 with the last 2. The spare on the 8 wants to stay there in case it wants to make the bar. 11-9 is okay, but I think interesting. I still think that the checker on the 8 point, the spare checker wants to stay there. So this will be my play. Let's hope it's correct. 4-3 now is quite awkward. And again, white's got the better board. So it won't be hitting, I don't think. I suspect he may just play 13-6. Do you need a tempo play here? Is really the question. You can play 13-9 and then think about the 3. So is white's position threatening enough that you need to take away half his roll? So Julian decides not, which is a shame because now Jürgen has made his bar point. What are we doing here? Surely he's going to make the bar point. 5-point prime is, after all, a 5-point prime. So now Julian needs to double 4. So are you priming or blitzing? So you can make the bar on the 2-point, again taking away, or you can just make the 3-point. So there are a lot of plays here. Again, letting white have his whole roll next time may not be the right plan here. So I think you probably don't want to play 13 something. You can make the 5-point here, obviously. This is a 5-point broken prime, which is quite strong. It's taken the pressure off the blot on the midpoint. But you look at this position and you ask, what next? White's going to try and make the 9-point and or anchor on the 3-point. I suspect that he might need to make the tempo play of hitting here. He needs to create time and space to escape the rear checker. This is the other play. So hitting somewhere I like. This has a better shape to it than playing, making the bar and hitting on the 2-point. And it keeps the pressure on the white blot on the midpoint. So very difficult double 4. I'm still not sure about this. Let's see what Julian decides. Lots of different options. That is what he has gone with. And the answering roll is 5-2, which escapes the checker. The problem with Julian's play is it's given white control of the outer board, and white has also got the better block. And the correct play, I've just quickly been able to put this into XG, was a play I didn't discuss and the play I didn't look at, which was to hit twice, 11-3, 6-2. The second best play was to make the 3-point, and everything else was a blunder, according to our little silicon brand. So already a mistake, but that's backgammon. It's a very difficult game. 2 is clear. 5 is not so clear. He's going to have to play 9-4 because he wants to escape that rear checker. 3 is good. 4 is going to save one of the blots, or the only blot he can save. Now Julian has a tempo, basically. Hitting on the 3-point looks big. It could be the right play. It exposes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks when the boards are equal. Is the position sufficiently volatile to do this? So he's going to come in with the 2 and hit with the 6. That plays very straightforward. And now a crucial roll coming up for Jürgen. Three, 5 is a very good roll. So he's going to hit, and I suspect he will make the 3-point. So now red has to perform. If he doesn't come in, the game is over. But it's, oh, that's cocked dice. Ball 2, 1. The problem with hitting is what do you do? Oh, so you make the 5 point. Yeah, that seems logical. And then 8-6, keeping all the checkers in play. Now Jurgen will need to think about the cube because he's got the potential to make at least a 5 point prime, and with some rolls, such as 6-3, can make a 6 point prime. Red is virtually out of timing here, and if Jurgen makes the bar or the 8 point, red will have rolls that basically self-destruct his position. So I would be cubing here, and I'd probably be dropping as well from the other side. Let's see what happens. Oh, suddenly the screen. Yeah. So he took a roll. He rolled 3-2. 3-2. Okay. So what we're asking here is he can duplicate 5s by making the 8 point. Or he can play safe. Sorry, he can play 11-8. I think 11-8, 7-5 is the other move that's under consideration. So now red's 5s are duplicated, though this time without the hit, 4-3. So you'll hit with the 3, come in with the 4. Unless he can see another play, which I certainly can't. Because he can't move the rear checkers, he has to take the tempo of the hit. I think the only move that is not going to be voted a blunder is 8-4, 6-3, so I'm sure Julian will find this. Jurgen will now think about doubling. Doubling from the bar is always a risk. If it's a double, this is a sort of prime against prime position. There's a well-known maxim in backgammon that all prime against prime positions are doubles and takes. So Julian has to think through, so if white fans and red rolls are 5, or even better, a 5-1, 5-3, then red's got a great game. White's got 4 loose checkers. So if this is a double, it's probably going to be a pretty comfortable take, I think, although it looks scary. Obviously, if white rolls the 3, then red's in trouble, but he's got the long-term security of the 2-point game. So yes, he will lose some gammons, but he won't lose a vast percentage of gammons. So this is one of those doubles that looks scarier, I think, than it actually is. Julian is correctly taking a reasonable amount of time to think this through. The doubling decisions will be made on experience largely. There's some calculation to do with the numbers, but if you haven't seen this type of position before, you're apt to go wrong. I'm sure Julian has seen this type of position before. Most doubling decisions are made on pattern recognition and sometimes a little bit of calculation. One of the reasons you can't become a good backgammon player overnight is you have to have a library of positions in your mind from all of your past playing experience, which enables you to make a judgment on the position in front of you. And if that is dropped, so I think that was a blunder to drop. when you're doubling from the bar, it's the equity is far lower, obviously, than when you've got all 15 checkers to play with. So I think Jurgen actually stole a point there, but we'll look at that later. And here we go for game 2. Yep. It's size volume is 6, so that doesn't work. 4-2 to white. White makes the 4 point, pretty standard stuff. 5 and 3. Point, but not as good a point as white. Tiny edge to white. Now, the question is here, you're going to play 24-18. Because he's got the better board, I think he should play 13-10, provoking and contact. 24-15 is all right, but I think this is the correct play. 6-1 makes the bar, not too difficult. You could hit twice, but it was the wrong round. This gives you both priming and blitzing opportunities. Turn 3 is going to be easy. So in Roberti's latest book, Order from Chaos, he always advises when you're rolling from the bar to see, before you enter a checker, see how the other number is going to play. So that case was easy because the 3 made the 10 point. So 6-4 is going to be a runaway play because there's nothing else. You're not going to dismantle the 10 point. So again, red still has, oh, double 2. Right. Hit, make the 4 point and think. You're not going to hit twice here, I think, because the 4 points. Make the 4 point and then the builders on the 10 and 11 point act on the 5 point. And I think this is the wrong idea. Because you're trying to create a prime. Yes, you've got blitzing opportunities as well. But this seems entirely logical. Now the question is, do you make the 11 point with the other 2, putting 13 checkers in the attack zone, or do you split, as Julian is looking at, with the idea of escaping a checker? But basically, there's another saying again, when our offense play offense, and when our defense play defense. That's a quote taken from American football, I think. Julian's prime objective is to make his 5 points here. The rear checkers are not going to have any trouble. Not no trouble, but they should be able to escape. 1 and 4 is a bit of an awkward roll. So if he comes out, there's a lot of attacking numbers. He has no anchor. If he doesn't come up, he's going to play 13 to him. And then the question is Julian's attack strong enough to warrant a cue? Again, whenever you don't have an anchor, this situation is dangerous. And I think, again, Julian will look at this and consider it. Be on roll. There we go. So we might just have enough structure to double here. And it is a double, I believe. It's going to be a comfortable take because white has got all his checkers in play and Julian doesn't think too long about it. Takes 3 and 2. So you can't do anything useful on his own side of the board. So this looks a sensible option. 6 and 1. So this is going to be fun. So you can hit and make a defensive anchor. You can do this, but then red gets to play the whole roll. I might have looked at that a little bit more. 5-4, he's going to run 1 away. Which one is the question? You can run to the midpoint, leaving only 1s. You can run to the 10 point, leaving 1s, 3s, 5s, and 6s, and 4s are good on the other side. So that looks a bit much. So I will be playing 20 2 to 13 here. There is a hidden advanced play, so you can play 7 to 2 and 24-20, which I think he's going to look at. Again, when your opponent hasn't got an anchor, it's always worth considering the hit. Julian has the better board, has gone for the more aggressive play, and he's been rewarded. Double 4. Double 6 is wow. Now, to quote an old phrase, he's cooking with gas. So now he needs to think about rear checkers. He's going to look at making the 5 points. So you can do this, but now if white anchors, white's, sorry, there's one more 6 to play. Okay. So was it worth leaving the shot when you have such a strong position anyway? Which the answer might turn out to be no, as Jürgen has rolled the 1. And Red has compounded his error by fanning, but now should come in unless he's very unlucky. Is that 2 and 6? Yeah. So always just keep hitting when you're executing a blitz until you can't hit anymore. So a 7 for Julian would be good. 1. I think he needs to keep the rear checkers split because we need as many numbers as possible to get out. I don't think we should be playing 23 to 22 here because white owns his 9 point. Oh, no, double 3. That's just going to run 1 away. Yeah. It's surprising how often primes crash when you have positions like this. 1 bad number, and that's a bad number. So quadirax demonstrandum. So 4 to 1, 18 to 15, and break the 6 point. It doesn't really have a great deal of choice. So this all comes back to the double 6 play. So the pure play is what Julian made, but it might turn out not to be correct. So now what? You want to attack the checker on the 6 point if you can. So one play is 15 to 9. This clears the checkers out, but doesn't threaten the other checker. So where's the priority? Escaping the checkers or hitting? Double 5, probably quite pleased you made that last play. 1, it's just going to cross the other 3. Now it's not going to be very difficult. He's going to play 15 to 10 twice and 14 to 9. Yeah. So Jürgen desperately needs a 6, which he's got. So now it gets a little bit more interesting because Red has those 3 outside checkers to clear. On the next roll, he will clear 1 of them, and then he's going to face the danger of leaving a shot. What's that? 3, 2, I think. Yeah. Okay. So the next roll will be the key one. Obviously, he's got the option of 10 to 7, 9 to 7, but it doesn't duplicate anything. You don't need to leave a shot now. I don't think this is. We have a thing called pay me now, pay me later. This is going to be pay me later. 3, 2 down. Now, of course, white has a strong board. Going back to the previous play, maybe the pay me now, pay me later wasn't quite so obvious. 4, 1. Okay, so red will play safe until he can't play safe. White will build the board. They'll probably play 11 to 8 here. I think you keep the 9 point. Not sure about that play. It will be close. 4, 2. 6, 4, I think. If it's 6, 4, you might as well make the 3 point, so your board is stronger. Yeah. So now lots of numbers don't play well. 3, 1 is still all right. And there are no double shot numbers for him. So again, white just continues to build with the idea that when he gets a shot, it will be a winning shot. Unless, of course, your opponent rolls double five, in which case you can ditch that plan and just go and save the gammon. So people always think you're lucky when you roll a double in a situation like that, but surprisingly enough, doubles come up once in every 6 rolls, so it wasn't that lucky. This will be a single game unless red rolls sensationally well. So Jürgen should take a crossover and doesn't waste a pip if he plays 13 to 11. So you can play 7 to 5, but that wastes a pip. Close call. Yeah. Double four. The non-gammon, we've still got 5 checkers left, so it's going to be 3 down, 5 in. Okay, so basically Julian needs one more double to win a gammon. That is one more double. 6-4. No, so 4 points to Julian. So didn't look like a gammon for an awfully long time. Key play there was the double six about 10 or 12 rolls ago. That'll be the one to look at in the post-match analysis. See if you got the theory right. I suspect that it was a tiny error to do what Julian did, but I wouldn't like to bet my mortgage on it. So here we go. 4-1 to Julian. Next game. Double one doesn't play. Double four doesn't play. 4-3 for Jürgen. So he's losing, so he should, and he does play 2 down. So if you're winning, you split at the back. If you're losing, you play 2 down, which is what Jürgen has done. Double six is a terrific roll for red here. This is a good response. 3 of them are obvious, and probably the 4th one is as well. He needs to do something about the rear checkers, or red has a very easy game. 6 and 5. You can make the 2 point, the ace point, or you can clear the midpoint, or you can, bring 2 checkers down. Bringing 2 checkers down doesn't look like quite the right play because white can hit with an ace without giving up his own midpoint. Also, white has blocks, so this is a passive play. This allows white to play his whole roll. There we go. 1, 2. Yeah. So again, I teach all of my students, aggression is a key part of backgammon, and how you conduct your personal life. Being aggressive in backgammon pays dividends. So I think Julian should have hit with the 6-5 then. Which is duplicating small numbers. 1, 6 can come in and out. So now you want to plan for both players. White would like to escape the 5, but equally well he'd like to keep the rear checkers connected, but red has 12 checkers in the attack zone, so that has to be borne in mind. The attack zone is from your 11 points to your ace point, and those are the ones that are going to execute a blitz if that opportunity arises. Again, this is not a trivial play. So what's he going to do? He's electing here to keep the rear checkers connected, so that if one is hit, the other one will be. The idea is, if one of the checkers is hit, you can make a point or an anchor on the other one. So what have we got here? It's 4-2 to play. So again, same theory is that if one of those blocks is pointing on, then when you enter, you have a chance of making a better anchor than if you leave that checker back on the 24 points. So now, does Julian have anything? He's got 5, 7, 9. He's got 12 checkers in the attack zone. We also need to look at the race. That looks like a market losing roll. So he's going to put 2 checkers in the air. Now, if white fans, red can play on. So now red can play for a gammon. No cost. You'll always be able to win the game with a cube. The 2 biggest errors that I see when I watch backgammon matches is, firstly, players make backgammon match play decisions based on money play analysis, so they forget about the score. And secondly, they forget that you can win an undoubled gammon. So a lot of people play on or do not play on when they should to try and win the gammon. So at 4-1, so a slight overplay, I would be playing this. Yeah, I like this card. So again, still play on here. 4s, 5s, and 6s are good. I hit with 6. I'm going to play 7 to 5 with 2 because there's nothing better. Do you want to remake the bar? It's not that obvious. You might as well tidy up one of the blocks. These are the sort of plays that computers are very good at and humans have to think a long time about. So will it be useful for Julian to keep that checker on the bar point? Well, double 6 is a terrible roll, obviously. So 1, play 8 to 6, so you're ready to attack on the ace point. Yeah, this is pretty much forced. Yeah. Right, so Julian needs to get the rear checkers moving, which he can't do. So that's going to come to the bar as an attacker, 6-1. That's right. He goes on rolling double 2. It's going to be embarrassing, but he can roll on for the moment. 1, 2. You don't slot, I don't think. Is doing. All right. It might be right because it will give him time. 4-1s run away. Okay. Jurgen needs an ace to make this game interesting. That's not an ace. 2s, 3s, and 12s are good, but not 6-4. So 4 and 6 down, another builder. It's surprising how often you do not make the slotted point in these situations. Double 5. Now 1-6 for Jurgen. 1-4. It's going to get interesting. Now what? So he doesn't want to slot, but he might slot. You can play 13 to 9. It's the safest play available. Ooh, I don't like that. I think you want to keep the 9 point. I mean, yes, this is safe. It leaves 4-5 and 3-6. I think I would. I don't like the play. I would have made the 9 point. Here comes QB. Oh, that's a bit of fun. Wow, this is a complex situation. So what's going on here? Obviously, he has the edge, but white has a perfectly playable game unless he gets hit. So I don't think this is actually even a double. Red comes in with something like a 2 2-4 or something like that. You can't safety both the blots. White has got all his checkers in play, has got some attacking potential, and also he trails by 3 points in the match score, and therefore any read he will redouble far earlier than usual, holding a 2 cube, and if the position is gammonish with the cube on 4, that's 8 points up for grab. So I think that was a take. Oh, sorry, I don't even think it was a double. So we will see. Again, it's like the preceding game where a double was dropped. It looks more threatening than it is, and what you have to do is think through the numbers and see how they play. So Julian there, it's a sort of bluff double, worked really well. 5 and 1. So the match score begins to have an influence, and as you can see from Jurgen's play, he's slotted instead of split, which I imagine is normal play with 5-1. Once you get behind, you're trying to create gammonish positions, and you do that by creating primes and blitzes. Woo, 3-1. I think you hit, yeah. It's a bit like an opening sequence where you get the chance to hit with a 3-1. 5 for 6, you're just going to run away, or are you? Duplicates 2s, it's very pretty. White's well behind in the race, and he wants to make an advanced anchor, so I don't mind this play. Julian's going to look at it and then not double, because White will have all his checkers in play, lots of chances to make anchors. This is a great shot by Julian, the 6-1. So now White needs a 5, well, that's all right. You're going to hit it twice now. Yeah. Right. So 5 is good. That's a 5. So White now has 4 checkers. Ooh, wow. So he's only got 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 5, 7 checkers in the attack zone. He could play bar 24, 8-3, but that looks overly aggressive. The other play is bar 22, 24-23, or even bar 22, 8-7, with the idea. So this play is made with the idea of making a good anchor. I can't believe that this play would be right. So the only other play was to lift the blot on the bar point in the hope of not being distracted by a hit on the bar point. So I think you should look at the other play. Yeah. The trouble with backgammon, you quite often look at the same move 5 times without ever looking at the right move. They spend hours agonizing between play A and play B when you haven't even looked at play C, which just turns out to be the correct move. 1. It's going to have to hit, I think, because, yeah. So now White's got 5 checkers behind a 4-point prime, so it's not looking great. It needs a good roll. That's not a good. Oh, it makes the bar, so yeah, that was a good roll. In fact, I think in the circumstances, I don't think this is a double. Red has only got 9 checkers in the attack zone. It's very difficult to improve. Okay, I've got it wrong again. Or if I haven't got it wrong, Julian's got it wrong. I think Jurgen will take this one. Obviously, he can make a high anchor. He can win by going forwards. He can win by going backwards. If this is a double, it's a only just a double, I would suspect. This has got to be a pretty easy take because white can develop those. Hello, what's going on here? Oh, he took, sorry, I do apologise. I missed the take. So now we've got a 6-1. Was that the right play? 6-1, okay, and the 6 is awkward. Six, 5. So do you make the 2 point? Do you put all the, so the 6 is going to come out, or the 5 is going to come out, sorry. If you're doing this, then you're coming out, I think. You don't want another checker on the 8 point. It's got nowhere to go, so this seems entirely logical. Double 4. Normally a good roll, probably not here though. So, yeah, you're going to double slot. So he's got 5 checkers on red side of the board, which aren't contributing to the war. He wants another one back, ideally. So white can't hit. So now 13-8, I guess. Unless he played 14 at a time, but it's slightly big, maybe. So this is good. He's going to do this, and make the 5 point. So his excellent play last time has paid off. Julian just needs to play calmly and sensibly. 5-3 is great. You just run away. Now the pressure is back on white for goal of 6 or at least a 1. 5-3 is a very poor roll. So he now runs the danger of his board crashing before he escapes a checker. Okay. Double 2 is a great roll to make the 9 point. This will now force white to crash on a whole host of numbers. So that was a terrific roll. So he's got to checker to the edge of the prime, basic backgammon tactics. He advanced to the edge of the prime. And again, I wouldn't lock the checkers together. Now 6-5, 6-5 will play. 6-5 for white is all right. What's bad for red? Double. 5, I can't see the dice, unfortunately, it's 5 and something. Oh, 5 and 2. Easy to play in that case. 6-2 probably makes a 2 point. But now white is out of timing, but equally well. He probably should have held, as he did, the 3 point. This is just going to come in. 5 is easy. The question is the 4. He could have played, given himself some space and time. Oh, new game plan, double 6. Forced to play well, as we say. Now that gap on the 4 point is hard for Julian to fill. This is actually a shot leaving number. You can't see a safe play. I think he's going to break the 9 point and play 9-7, 9-4. Certainly not going to come off the 8 point. He hasn't got any other play if he comes off the bar point. So I really don't think there's a lot of, or any choice here. 6 and 2, 2. And I think you swap the ace point here because the 6, if you play at 9-3, you've got 2 checkers on the same point, which will be inefficient. 4-2 is a great roll. So the moment of danger came and went for Julian there. It's 6-1, okay. Doesn't want 4s. 5-1's all right. Just two in. One moment of danger to come. That's a board cracker. 1 to make the point, 4-2. Okay, so now if White ever gets a shot, his winning chances will have been diminished because he's got an open 6 point. Now, do you take 2 off or do you play 6-1? So gammon chances are pretty small here. If you play 5 off twice, then 6-3 is bad. 6-3 is going to be bad anyway, whatever you do. So do you take 2 off because White has a weaker board? We will never know. So only one bad number for red here. That's not it. Now you clear the 6 point. A point cleared is a point not to be feared, as they say. Five and 3, so it can stay for 1. Once he has to crash another point, his winning chances will diminish substantially. 5-3 is easy to play. Now, 2 big numbers will force Jürgen to go. That forces him to go. Right, 6-5. Now this is just going to end up being a single game, I think. 5-2. Okay. 2 big doubles for White would at least make. Oh, there you go. Look, spectator's curse. Sorry, commentator's curse. So that's made it interesting. Red is even, so he desperately does not want to roll a 3. So here I think you play 6-3 and 4 off. So, yeah. This is so you don't miss with 2 subsequent 3s. So it's a technical play, correctly made, I believe. 4-2. And Julian has avoided very carefully rolling a 3. So we're now 6 against 8. So Jürgen now needs a double to stay in this game. That is not a double. That's the end of that game. The score is 7-1 to Julian. So it's had a little bit of luck. There have been some key moments that will certainly be worth looking in post-match analysis. Jürgen is strong enough to come back from a 1-7 deficit and turn the game around. Are we going to take a break? Let's see. Jürgen's written in his bag. Maybe he's got an energy bar or something. Yeah. So yes, the players will take a break. If it would help the commentators and the spectators if we actually put how long the break was going to be. It's going to be a minimum of 5 minutes, I would think. I don't know what the tournament rules are, I'm afraid. So I'm going to take a break myself. I'll keep an eye on the screen and I will recommence commentating as soon as the players return. So for now, I'm going to mute myself and I'll see you in a few minutes. Even, I definitely do not want to roll it through. So here I'll keep playing 6-3 and 4 on. Yeah. This is so you don't miss with 2 subsequent 3s. So it's a technical play, correctly made, I believe. 4-2. Julian avoided very carefully rolling the 3. And then 6 against 8. So you really now need to double staying. It's the end of that game. The score is 7-1 to Julian. I've been a little bit of luck and given some team moment. They can certainly do well in the post-match analysis. Yeah, he's probably come back from a emphasis and game around. Yeah. Yes, I can. All right. Oh, players on a break, obviously. So I get back on the break as well. Well, yeah. If they don't turn anything off indiscriminately, just return the computer off. If you want to get on the bottom top there, keep the box down. And it's not more in arrow at the bottom. Into water. It's going to be very happy. Right, I'm going to get back and be back. If you get hungry, just grab stuff. Yeah. Ooh. All right, I've missed the restart, but not by much. So Jurgen's opened with a 4-3, Julian's replied with a 5-2, and now a good roll for Jurgen. He's going to split and make the 5 point. Nice and easy. Julian will want an anchor. So he's going to certainly play 24-22. The question is, do you hit for the tempo or do you slot? Slotting gives about 28 hitting numbers. And here comes the cube. It looks like an easy take. Julian owns the 3 point, which is known after Mishi as the butterfly anchor. So now you come in with a 1, do you come out with a 6, or do you slot 13-7, duplicating the 4s? He's going to go for the bigger play. It's not unreasonable. It gives white no tempo. Now 5-3, red's going to make the 3 point. Now if Jurgen can make the bar, and particularly if he can make the bar with an ace, then he's got a strong position, but of course aces are good on the other side. Here he'll just make the 4 point. So Jurgen now has what's called the rack, which is the 4, 5, and 6 points. He has a 5 point broken prime. But Julian is by no means out of this. So I think, yeah, this looks pretty logical. Double 4, how do you play the last one? I think you play it 6-2. This allows you to play some. If you play 9-5, then big numbers begin to cause you a problem pretty quickly. They may do anyway, because red's timing is better than white's. He's looking at the 2 possible inner board 4s at the moment. It'd be useful if he moved his hat. Very difficult to see the checkers when you've got a large orange hat in the way. So white is going too quickly for his own good. One of Julian's best rolls here would be 6-5, making the 2 point. Yeah, let's see what he comes up with. 6-1 is just going to play 13-7. Give himself a builder for making that 2 point, or an attacker if white should split to the 4 point. 2-6 is going to be forced pretty much, yeah. Okay, now if Julian can roll a 4, all 6-5 is good, we like that as red, certainly. So white's now running out of time, but that's a great roll. It runs away, obviously. No other consideration. It says 6-5 again. So you can play for the gammon. Ooh, 4-1. So now it's going to get interesting. So how do you play the 1? You duplicate 3s, I would imagine, by playing 16-15. You can keep 4s duplicated by staying where it is, because obviously red needs 4s to escape from white's board. I think most people would play this. Double 6 is pretty much a horror roll. Now it's red who's lost the timing, and white who has the ascendancy. 6-5. So as white, do you stay back and hope to pick up another checker by playing 15-4? Or do you play safe by playing 15-9 and 21-16, escaping that rear checker? So he's going for the bigger play. Barring double 4, he's probably all right. 3-2, well, it's going to be pick and pass, and then hope for a 4 next time. I think that's 2-1. Yeah. Now White's idea of staying back. He's going to come in on the 3 and play 4-2. He's preparing a stronger board. Now Red's got some pretty nasty numbers here which crack. That's not one of them. Double 6 is actually quite a good roll because it maintains the status quo. Now I think this is White's board is strong enough that playing, obviously this is a move. This is the gammon go move, and running away is the safer move. So how much of a gammon go situation? He's going to look at the other play. So Red may shortly be forced with 4s anyway. I think he's going to go for the bigger play. No? The gut reaction is to play this. Double 4, my word, 1, 2. He can hit, but I don't. Interesting. If he runs, he's going to the 28, 40, 50, 62, 67, 73, about 75 on an adjusted pip count. And White will be 15, 33, 41, 67. So what's the risk in hitting? The risk is 4-6, 4-1, 4-2, and also obviously the danger of trying to get the other checkers home safely. I think here Red's far enough advanced that he should play this. There are very few gammons around, certainly. It's a tricky decision. My vote on an initial look is the safer play, particularly because he's leading 7-1 as well, but he's gone for the bigger play. Okay, so now you recube this. Yeah, this looks like a good redouble. You're not going to win that many gammons. But equally well, you don't want. If White's going to hit a fly shot, i.e. an indirect shot, then he needs to be made to pay to hit that indirect shot. Even at this score, I would be surprised if, oops, goes that. That's all bad. Difficult. Let's have a look. So give Red a reasonable number, 5-2. White's got to win at least 23, 24% to take this. He's taken. This is going to be interesting. Oh, that is. Oh, I thought it was a 2-1. No, it is a 2. Where's he going? That looks like an illegal play to me. Well, obviously can't read the dice. Yeah, that's now being pointed out to him. I think Julian misread the dice. There's no real choice here. So this play leaves 3 hitting numbers. 4, 4, 3, 5, and 5, 3. If he plays to the bar point, it's only 2 hitting numbers. It's only 4, 3, so he should play to the bar point. But 4-1, 4-2, 3-1, 3-2 also hit. So that's 10 hitting numbers. Sorry, 8 hitting numbers. Sorry, 6 hitting numbers. My apologies. Right. Is that enough? So if White loses this game, he'll be 11-1 down. And obviously that will give him a very small percentage match winning chance. Does he redouble to 8 on the chance of hitting a shot? Oh, here it comes. It's an easy take. Let's have a look, see what happens. For 5. Now, even more difficult. Now the hit cube is up there. So, 4, 5. I think he's trying basically to keep the pressure on. Yeah. I think you just run away. You want to keep the structure. The other plays are very big. But equally well, you've got to work out your best chance of winning, because if Julian wins the 8 cube, then the match is over. So it's a key decision. Jürgen's got plenty of time. But the 4 is obviously he has to come in. If you're going to make an inner board play, you play 8-3 so that you've started another point. But that leaves aces as well as 3s. White will win a surprising amount of time from here, only because Red's structure is severely compromised and the vast majority of his rolls will be forced. So if he runs out, does he have running chances? This is the bigger play. Let's see what happens. 6 and 2. Well, that's going to be easy. Right, so now Jürgen needs an 8. I think he's missed it by 1. So is that 6-3? So I can't quite read the dice on. Oh, 6-1, I think. In which case you probably play 9-8, so you've got a 5-point block in the event. There's some hitting later. The question is, was the 8 cube correct? This is, they can play 3-2 to give themselves 3 cover numbers for the 3-point. Probably more accurate, I think. Okay. 6-4, easy to play. Yeah. So one big set for White would at least make it interesting. So here he's obviously going to make the board. Right, 6-2, double 6, double 3, double 3 is all right, 6-4 is all right, clears the point. Staying for 1, 4, and probably 5-2, better for the bear off. Okay, now one more hurdle to leap for Julian. That's a very good roll, 5-2. Going to have to stay, and Julian has 8 shot leaving numbers, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1. If he doesn't roll any of those, the match is in all likelihood over. I don't think you can, yeah, I think you have to stay for the possibility. 6-4, I think the match is going to be over very shortly. 6-1. So the recube to 8 will be something that the players will want to look at. I'm afraid didn't have time to look at it in any depth at all while commentating. It was all too quick. This will be remarkable were Jurgen to win this game. So well done to my fellow Brit. That might be premature, but I think he's going to win this. Here we go. 5-3. How many checkers? He's only got 5 checkers left, I think. The easiest way to work this out is to roll it out. 4-4. I think it needs 3 doubles. I think that's it, basically, unless there's some stacked checkers there, which I can't see. Yeah, Jurgen concedes. That was a very interesting final game, well worthy of analysis afterwards. Thank you for listening this afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be back at 4 p.m. and I see that the next match to be broadcast is about to be put up. I'll just hang on and see if we actually have the names for the next broadcast or not. I think the players are going to indulge in some post-match analysis. Next match is at 4 p.m. European time, 3 p.m. UK, 8 a.m. Eastern time, 5 a.m. West Coast time. And it doesn't look as if we've got the details of the next match, so I am going to sign off. Again, thank you for listening. Hope you enjoyed the match and commentary. And for those who are keen enough, I'll see you back here for the next match. This is Chris Bray signing off.
rusting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, the cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Looks like we're nearly ready to go. This is Chris Brown, commentating from London on the undefeated semi-final match between Tobias Helweg of Germany and Dag Egmark of Norway. I know Tobias and I know of Dag, but these are both very good players. This should be an excellent match. This is 15 points as opposed to the earlier rounds, which were 13. So plenty of room for error or for brilliance. So Tobias playing the red checkers at the bottom of the screen, Dag playing the white checkers at the top. And we're just waiting for the start. Thanks to everyone for listening. It looks like the players are just about ready to start. We're discussing a few minor points. I'll repeat the early introduction. This is Chris Bray, commentating from London on the Masters undefeated semi-final in Gibraltar. Playing the red checkers is Tobias Felberg from Germany, and playing the white checkers Dag Ekman from Norway. I know Tobias, I know of Dag. This will be a high quality match, I believe. They're both very strong players. Some discussion over dice cups and so on here, but this is a 15-point match. The earlier rounds were 13. So plenty of margin for error or brilliance, whichever way you want to look at it. 2 minutes per point and 12 seconds per move, pretty standard time limit for modern backgammon. It's still possible to run out of time. A lot of the world's top players use all of their time, and one of the differences between top players and not quite top players is their use of time. So Moshi often gets into time trouble. I know Chris Rogers often gets into time trouble, but they use the time relatively efficiently. One of the matches I commentated on yesterday, one of the players only took about 3 minutes, and not surprisingly lost. You cannot play. Very few people can play very good backgammon very quickly. So you're being given 2 minutes per point, so why not use it? Take your time. Obey Moshi's rule. Take 12 seconds over every cube decision, minimum, to make sure you don't make any stupid mistakes. It's too easy to make a silly mistake at backgammon. Discussions about directions and where to put the cube and all sorts of things continue. And hopefully very shortly we will get underway. Well, they're waiting for the nod from the tournament director to start. But they look to be ready. I'm ready. So let's roll the dice, as Mishi would say. Now discussing the precision dice. For what reason, I know not. Precision dice at the moment are quite rare and difficult to get hold of because the main chunk company that manufactures them in China is not producing any. So expect to pay more for your precision dice in the short term. About £12.50 or $15 per dice at the moment. 15 euros maybe. Oh, and now we have a baffle box. Obviously been requested. Obviously those players are going to be happy to use it. Right. We have a board, we have 2 players, we have a baffle box. The board is set square, and we're ready to go, I think. Good luck to both players. Hands are shaken. That's normally the last thing that happens before the Dag has started with a 3-1, the best possible opening roll in backgammon. Makes the 5 point, known as the golden point, so named by Paul McGree. The strongest point you can own on the board. They're shaking hands again. Interesting. Okay, here we go. 5-3, and make the 3 point, standard reply. Yeah. Obviously not the best point to make, but a point is a point. 6-1, making the bar point. Good start from white, solid structure. Good start from red, 2 good inner board points. 6-5, well, 5 is going to come down, I think, because you want to make the block. And then you've got choice between 24-18 or 13-7. White's not going to have too much trouble escaping from red's board, because 1s, 4s, and 6s all go. builder on the bar point is now, sorry, the check on the bar point is a builder for the inner board points. Good escaping number, but peg back. So now the 1. So you can play 6 to 5 or 24, 23. I think you should probably concentrate on the attack here because the rear checkers don't have too much trouble escaping. You play 6 to 5, you've got an immensely strong structure. You probably won't worry about the rear checkers a little bit later. Interesting choice. It gives red a good 6. 4-1. Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be in and hit, I would think. 5-2. Hit away from the edge of the prime. Standard backgammon tactic. Not really any other move there. Could have come in with the 2 and hit with the 5, but this looks a better structure. It fights for points in white's board and red's board. 4-5 hits 2 checkers, very strong. 6 and 1, and now stop and think. 1s, 3s, 6s, 4s. Red has an advantage and will hit with any 1, 3, 6, or 4, or 8. White. So let that one go. But he's squeezed a take out there, had an anchor, had a 4-point solid structure on his own side of the board. Regrettably, not enough time to go back and review the position. So if you're watching, you can stick it into XG and find out what the answer was. I suspect it was close, but it might have been a take. 4-3 standard here is to hit 62 and then split 24-21, which is what Dag is doing. It's a tempo play, takes the half of the roll away from the opponent. 5-3 and make the, so we're now going to be in a mutual holding game. So there won't be too much excitement in the short term. Both players will try to build useful points. 6-2, well, given the, so you could play 13-11, 8-2, or you can play 13-5, slotting the best point. White has a block inboard. 13-11, 8-2 is safe, but takes the spare off the 8-point. So I'd be looking to develop the checkers here. And play 13-5. Would I be right? We'll find out very shortly. Well, occasionally, if I ever get time, I will put positions into the mobile version next year, at least, so that we can have a look. So Tobias has gone with my play. Whether that proves anything, I'm not sure. 4-2, probably just going to make the 4-point here. Now, Tobias has the opportunity to improve the position by making the 5-point, but fails to do so. So you can make the ace point because the race is close. It's probably right not to leave that block there in any way. The 5-4 was awkward. 4-2, just going to make the 2-point and wait further developments. And so white now has the stronger home board. It's a close race. 5-4 again. Probably, unfortunately, just going to play 11-2 because I can't see anything else. You're not going to run off the anchor. Everything else leaves more shots than you would like to do at this point in time. And 5-4. So now it's different for Dag because red has blocked on his 2-point. And I quite like bringing now down the second checker. It strips the midpoint. So it duplicates 4s. Paul McGreal used to say that he hated duplication for duplication's sake, but here I think it was a valid tactic. Now white has got a little bit of time, it can tidy up the blocks. 5 is 5. I think it's going to go 9-4, 8-6. Not I don't think, going to play 9-2, taking the checker beyond where it wants to live. Remember that your checkers are soldiers, and effectively soldiers are only effective on the field of battle if they're in useful positions. So you try as hard as you can to keep the checkers in play. So again, this game may well be decided by a long distance hit or somebody rolling a double. So 5-1, not the time to give up the midpoint. All of white's fields out of board points are stripped. Something's got to give. There it goes, 6-4. So what do you play? You don't play. You play this. This looks. Now, what are you going to do next time if you do this time? Now we've looked at 13-3 there. But as I said, the problem is white is stripped everywhere, but red is stripped everywhere. It's difficult to see the dice. One of them is a 2. It looks like 6-2. That's truly ugly. Oh, sorry, it must have been 4-2. 3-1. So there's a number of choices here. Could make the 3 point, strengthening the asset. He's gone for the pick and pass. The thing is, white still has a lot of work to do. 4-2, that's good. For white, does he have anything? You would need to know the race. He's got a lot of work to do to win the game. And here comes the cue. So is this a take? So 2's hit, 10's hit. Red's a big favourite to come in next time. White's not a big favourite to hit the second block. But that doesn't mean it isn't a double. If it's a double, I think this is a pretty comfortable take. White's structure is not great. He's got 4 checkers on the 4.4 and the 2 point. They're not working for a living, those checkers. They're going to battle or have difficulty getting into the field of play. And white has got 2 stripped out-of-board points on the 21 point and the midpoint. So it's got an awful lot of work to do to bring the position home. This is a little bit like some of the positions this morning, this match between Julian Minwala and, oops, hang on, sorry. It's taken the cube. So now it's probably going to have to come down to Julian Minwala beat Jürgen Orlowski very excitingly this morning by quite a large margin, but in fact Jürgen blundered in the final game with an 8 cube, and as the dice rolls went, he would have won that cube if he played correctly. But as often happens in backgammon, under pressure, he didn't find the right play at the right time and went on to lose. That's going to be the 4. How big do you want to be? Because red is favourite to come in. So 27 rolls enter next time for red. So he's a 3-1 favourite to enter. And if white starts spewing blocks all over the place, in theory, you should take the risk while your opponent's on the bar. But I think that might be just too much risk to run the rear checker off. Let's see what happens. So in on the 5 and safety the 1, or in on the 1 and then the 5 doesn't really play. So to repeat something I said this morning, Bill Roberti's latest book said, whenever you're on the bar, you need to see how the other number would play before you decide where to enter the checker from the bar, if you have a choice. So now he's going to have to come out with a 5, I think, because all the other 5s leave another shot anyway. So big moment. What's that? 4-3, 3, 4. Yeah. So now white needs to perform. 5 and 1 looks a good roll. He's probably going to take. Oh, now is he going to take the anchor or is he going to make his own 5 points? That's a pretty big decision. So he's given the cube away. He can only win by playing the checkers well. So long-term equity says 24-23. This is the double tiger play. So again, I would want to look at that for a little bit longer. 5 is good, and it's going to hit again with the ace, I would imagine. Yeah. Now, if white rolls a 5, it's great. If he doesn't roll a 5, if he rolls 2-1, red's playing on for a gammon. Oh, that is not. That's 2, 3, 4. Easy to play. Now white needs a 5 or a 4. There's the 5 and the 3. Okay. So, should red have cashed? Probably not, because there were so many good numbers. 4-6 is horrendous, so red's gone from playing on for a gammon to potentially losing. 6-2 is a complete air shot. Oh, no, it isn't, sorry, it's second joker. And now the 2. You play 3-1, you've still got 3 cover numbers, so you might as well go here and give yourself 6-5 doesn't add to the number of covers. 3-6. It's quite exciting, this game, in terms of hitting, counter-hitting, etc. 5. I was very pleased to see the 5. Now, probably 8-6. Tidy up a blot or two. If red fans, white can go to work again. That's 3-something. 3-1. Okay. The 6 is 6. Now, white would like red to come to him off the 3 point. Equally well, he would like to make the 5 point or the bar point. So this is a reasonable play. If you're not doing this, you're playing 5-1. So this leaves 7s and 11s. 6 and something. Probably 2 of them, given the speed with which she's moving. Right. So 6-3 is going to swap the 5 point, and then red is going to do a count. It's 83 for red. $99, so red is a long way ahead. So this looks like a redouble. And there goes the cube. Not surprising. Has white got enough equity to take? Red has a substantial lead. White has some weaknesses, so some empty points plus some extra checkers on the 2 point. So I don't think white can take this unless I've miscounted. 83. 83 plays 99, so I don't think that white can take this, because if he had a lot of shot equity and a good home board, he might just squeeze a take despite the race differential. Oh, there you go. I'm wrong again. I might be wrong. 4 and another number which I can't see. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm doing 5-4.
Okay, I found this on the web for extreme.
Looks like 6-5, so it's going to run. Now white's got 5 crossovers to get home. That's not going to help. So sensibly putting a checker on the ace point. Red's getting checkers in as fast as possible. That looks like 15-5 to have a smooth bear-off structure. Oh, useful. 1, 2. Probably take 2 off because all his 2s play well from 6 to 4. So he may as well bear a checker in and then double 6 plays well next time. So despite the poor structure. Yeah. Again, Red's 2s, 3s, and 4s all play fine. But he does need to roll a few 6s. That's not going to help. Whoa, double 6. So this is going to change things, and after Red's roll, White is going to be counting. 44 for White, 45 for Red. That's another great roll for White. Red needs to perform. That's not performing. This is now probably going to be a redouble and pass, I would think. 27 for White, too many for Red. 42 to be precise. A huge pass. That's our second 8 cube of the day, but this one is not going to be accepted. That was a pass, not surprisingly. But again, there's some interesting decisions during that game. It isn't always possible when commentating as a lane commentator to analyze all the positions as quickly as you would like. You want the players to take plenty of time over their decisions so you can at least do your own analysis. It doesn't always work. So Tobias is trailing 1-4, 6-2. He follows Stick's rules, Stick Rice's set of rules for opening plays. This is how you play 6-2 in response. And 2-1 makes the useful 11 point. He's going to make the 4 point with this 4-3, giving himself an asset and some structure. 3-2. Now you can hit twice. So he's not going to fight a war with an inferior board. He's actually trying to build a more advanced anchor. This looks like a hit. 4-2. Oh. So it must have been 2-6, was it? Right, 4-3, 3, 4. Yeah. Keep hitting. See what happens. 1-5, another hit. 3-6, another hit. General practice is to hit until you can't hit. And there are exceptions, obviously, to that rule. 4, 5, 10. White's ahead in the race. He could have tried 24, 21. Well, now then, 1-2. You make the bar, leaving a 1 shot. That's option A. Option A has been selected before we can look at option B. 5-4 is normally not a great roll, so this is going to be 5. So coming down with a 4 and hitting with a 5 is too big. So if you're going to do this, you could be playing 10-6, or you could be playing 8-4. 10-6, I think after any play, Red might be looking at the cube because of the structure. So 5, And probably doesn't want any loose blocks lying around, I'm guessing. The only other possible play is to play 10 to 1 to take the tempo so that red cannot or not easily make the 8 point. I think given red's structure and playability, I'd be hitting here, but he's certainly seen it. The question is it right? Still thinking about. So there are 3 plays: 13 to 4, 13 to 8, 10 to 6. So he's now played the 4 and he's going to choose between hitting and coming down. Right, so a good cue from red. So threatening to make the 4 point or the 8 point, or just run away with all 6. He's got the higher anchor and the better home board. So in terms of race threat position, it looks good. So it's certainly a cube, even though he's on the bar. Was white did hit with that 4-5, which I again thought was the right play. Normally, as I said in earlier commentary, the double is not nearly so powerful. The cube has been taken. Six three. So what's happening here? Double one is an absolutely wonderful roll. I very quickly put that last position into the mobile version of XG. Hopefully I got it right. It was a borderline take. It was right on the borderline. So you could take or pass. And then normally when that happens with the mobile version of Extreme Gammon, it's a pass when you roll it out. So white has done extremely well to reach this position. I don't really see, you could play 13-11, 6-2, but then you're not threatening to do anything. And you need some structure to combat red structure. This play duplicates 4s to a certain extent, because with 4-3 or 4-1, red would have the option of making this 4 point. So I think this is the right play. Has he got a 4? Whoa, just 2 of them. 1, 2. Now you can make the 3, you can make the, making the 5 point prime must be right. Yeah. So 1 and make the ace point. You could hit, but that's getting far too frisky. There's no need to think. Red now needs to escape the checker, fails to do so, but keeps his bar point anchor and hits. Double 5. 6 out, make the point. Right. So white needs to come in to put some pressure on red. So red, Tobias will quickly head for the hills. That looks like a 2-1. Staying out again. Now 5 on something. Yeah, 5 on 4. Seems logical. Double 2. No, double 5. Wrong way up. Very close. 6-4, I think. 4-6. Okay. So obviously, white, Tobias playing red wants to clear his points as quickly as possible. Again, I can't see the same. Oh, 5-1, I think. So for the sake of a good structure, he's given his opponent a hitting number. 1, 2, 3, and 6-3. So again, leaving nothing. 6-1. Now white's in big danger. 1, 2. So you don't normally leave anything here, but the structure is not great. So is that weakness justified? Because also, given this variation, he's going to bear off more slowly. I think you take a check. The idea in these situations is to clear points as quickly as possible, but I was taught a long time ago, and it may not hold water anymore, that against a 2-point anchor, you just rip checkers off as quickly as possible. 2-5, in and out. So only bad number here is 6-5. Double 1. So that's awkward. Do you take 3 off and play 2, 3, 4? So 13 crossovers for red. If the crossover count is very close, then you take checkers off. If it isn't, then you either play very defensively or very aggressively. So 2, 4, 6. White's got 11 crossovers to go. Red has 10, so one big double could settle this either way. I think he's going to bring 2 in, 3, and 5. But you've got to take a crossover, so that's good. Fix is forced. You significantly limit the you limit the number of shots if you play 4 to 3. It's still a big favourite for the gammon. Oh, 2 and 1. Wow. That's got a lot of gammon saving potential. The 4-1 should be used to come in, yeah. So white is now hoping that Tobias rolls a 2. That's not a 2, but it does slow him down. He's got 8 crossovers, but white's probably now that's going to save the gammon. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Probably you should play this 4 in case red rolls a double. Check it off and end of game. So that pulls Tobias up. It's now 4-3. Oh, Tobias is leaving the table, so we may be in for a small break here. Yeah, looks like there will be a short break. So I will also take a short natural break, and I will rejoin the table as soon as both players are back and active. One, two, three, four. Probably you should play this four and take the ball. And the game. Full line up and sample three. And trying to lean the table and maybe for small point. Well, looks like we are back already. That was a very short break. Sound that you're leading, then therefore you split with a 3-2. 4-1, you hit and you split. Again, this is all known. Everyone should know the opening moves and responses. Doesn't mean everybody does, obviously. These top guys do know all these responses. 1, 2, 3, and think about the fourth one, probably 20, yeah, 23, 22. Yeah, here I believe 4-2, you make the 4 point. Red has only got 7 checkers in the attack zone, so white will not be fearful. 3-1. Ooh, you can play 6-2, you can play 8-4, you can play 24-20. I think Tobias would be loath to give up the 8 point to hit there. So he's going for the advanced anchor. 4-3. Well, this could be a double hit move by playing 8-5-1. It's as much a tempo play as anything else. Red must now deal with getting the checkers in before he can do anything else. 3-1 is pretty clear. So the tempo play has worked. 1-5. Do this. 3-6 is a bit awkward. So 3 in. Now you either come out so that the checker on the 11 points got a friend to talk to. This is a 4s duplication play. Looks very sensible. 4-2 is a good roll. 3-2. So you can take the anchor and play 16-13. The rear checkers aren't in a great deal of danger, but if you come around the 3 point, you're still going to have. You can do this. Yeah, so I like this play. The white checkers in. Oh, 4-4. What do I know about backgammon? There you go. And then 2 out. Yeah. But what we call a joker. A roll that produces a huge equity swing. 6-1 doesn't look right. I think I played 23-18 here. Because then red has to give, there are some double hits, but then red has to give up one of his points in order to hit. So you don't want to be hit twice. But playing 13-8 looks a little bit passive. White has got a good home board, so if there's a hitting contest, it could go either way. Oh, hello. That was interesting. Is that a cube? I mean, obviously it has doubled and it was taken very quickly. Still think that's a 3-2 that's been rolled. 2. Oh, come on. What's this? Oh, double 2. Right. So the double was probably correct because white had no anchor. Double 2 is always difficult. I think you should play this purely. So probably hit 9 to 7, 2 with 2 of them. 24, 22. I like this play. And now I think red still has work to do. So playing 5 to 3 twice doesn't look right when white has got good structure. So I would play 24, 22 and 13 to 11 with the objective of making the 9 point. I think white's structure is strong enough that you can't go for any fancy plays. I mean, obviously you could hit 3 by playing now 7 to 3 to 1, but that gives up a lot of red's structure. If you're going to do this and you play 13, 11, but as we used to say, it's difficult to put Humpty Dumpty back together again once you've dismantled him. So I'm not sure about this play. 3-2. Now red needs to point. Well, 1, 4. White's position has deteriorated significantly. 1s, 2s, and 6s are all good. Not sure what that number is. Hello, double 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see. And then you're going to play 8 for the other one, presumably. Leave yourself maximum. Not sure about this because in some of the variations I'd like the bar. Oh, sorry, there's only one on the bar. That's it. Double 5. Oct. Double 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Probably no real reason to give anything dramatic. Yeah, it's good. So white's doing all right, but if red comes in, white's still got the problem of how to escape 2 rear checkers. Comes in, but the 4's not great, but it'll do. Right, can't move the rear checkers. Not going to do anything with the inner board checkers. This seems the best because 13 to 8 leaves 2 shots. The 11 points not that valuable because you own the 5 point. Now, this is going to be fun. 1. Oh, 1. 2. Well, it's a bit of a joker. Yeah. So red now has 3 checkers trapped behind a 4-point prime, 5-point prime, and white has 2 checkers trapped behind a 4-point prime. So very large advantage to white. White owns the cube, and for the moment, with all those blocks lying around, can play on for a gammon. 5 and 1. Well, you can hit twice in board. You can come out with 1, 24, maybe 24 to 19, and 6 to 5. You can do this. I'm not sure. Well, it's legal. 2 is going to make 6, right? So I think I would probably have come out with the 5-1, but there we go. Now, what I had forgotten is that he owns the cube. So if he redoubles here, this is going to be a pass. The question Doug has to ask himself is he too good to double? White is about to self-destruct. Sorry, red is about to self-destruct in terms of his board. So there's very little risk to white. What's white's worst number? Maybe double 4 or 3. Most numbers play, but he's actually going to cash this. Yeah. I think he could have taken one more roll there. And again, knowing when to take one more roll and play for the gammon is a fundamental skill of top back gammon players. Most of them are, or most players err on the side of caution and cash, and quite often they shouldn't. So Dag is leading, so he doesn't make the 2-point, he splits, which is correct. How are we doing on time? Both got plenty of time. Here, I think you just make the bar point slightly different. It's only the this is normally if you're trailing by a lot, this is the play that you make. But I would like to look at that in a little more depth later. Normally, you take the solid asset because the play that Tobias made gives him. Oh, sorry, he's losing. So yeah, no, it's probably quite valid in that case. 1, 2, 3, 1. So what have we got here? 3-1. Yeah. So good structure for both players. Better structure for red after this. So he's going to play 2 down. So that's increase. Oh, 1-6 going to hit. Yeah. So red was honing in on the cube, and now he isn't. He's got a lot of hitting numbers, but I think even at 3-6 that this is a cube, maybe at 3-8 or something. 4-6 does get the shot. And we got 5-4. So here red is definitely playing for an hour. Okay, so red's looking very good. Very down on here. Only really double 3 is going to prevent the gammon for red. So 5. Probably, yep, this. So there are quite a few triples to be had here. Red can close the board. So 5, then 6 down. So it's now got 4 builders for the 3-point. This is normally when my opponent rolls double 3. Well, that's the dice were the wrong way up there. So now 4 checkers on the bar. Yeah. Might have been a tiny technical inaccuracy with that one. 1, 2, you might as well rip them off. 3, 4, yeah. Gammons count triple. I mean, sorry, backgammons count triple, obviously. One checker in, 3 to go. 5 and 3. Red's bearing off slowly, so white should save the triple. But not yet. And he still has winning chances. Yeah. Red is correct to do this and not just clear the 4 point. So a double would put significant pressure on the graphs that be. Two, 1. Okay, so there's no triple and it's a guaranteed gammon. So basically they could reset the checkers for the next go. I think white's playing on inertia here. Come on, get in. Yeah, that's good. Right, 7-6. So match to 15, approximately halfway through. They've only taken one short break so far. Might they take another? Probably not at the moment. Oh, sorry, it's 5-6. Mine. Is that right? Um, 2 and 1. Yeah, this is the standard response to 2-1 to this opening roll. 6 and 1, great number, makes the bar. Sorry, 5 point. So both players have made good progress. 5-3 is bigger progress for now because we've got the hit. 2 and 5 comes in and comes out. It's better than 13 to 8. If you do this, then you do that. Yeah, no point having too many blocks lying around. 4, 5. So red continues to play, but as yet got no structure. White has escaped one rear checker, and his game plan will now be to escape the other rear checker. So here he can duplicate 3s, or he can just play it simply. 2 makes a point. Okay, so red's improved, now got a reasonable point. 2 and 1. So you can play 13, 11, 24, 20, 23, 22 with the idea of escaping. You can do this to strengthen the board. Double 3? 3, 1. Okay. Time to go time. Okay, that's fine. Now, oh, good number, a hit for Tobias. Okay. 2. So red's very close to a. Oh, and here comes the cue. Now white's got good structure here. So red has only got 4s to make the prime. Looks like a prime versus prime, and as we've discussed several times already, nearly all prime against primes are takes. Is this one an exception? it will be difficult for Warwick to escape the rear checker if the 9-point is made, but the 9-point is not yet made. The real weakness in White's structure is the dilly boulder on the third checker on the 2-point, which has got very few places to go. But equally well, White is stripped everywhere, and something has to give. So this is a great holding play. Now the problem is White needs to keep that structure, so we'll play 2 down. Red has got 2 escaping numbers, 3s and 6s. So 3 on 1, 1 on 2. So on average, that white checker now will take 6 rolls, just under 6 rolls to escape from red's home board, which is a lot. But now the next roll is key. If red can hold the prime with a 3 or a 6, he's probably won the game. If he rolls some other numbers, 3, 4 is a great number. That's probably a game-winning roll. I think the original double may well have been a pass, but again, didn't have time to analyze it in depth. So I think there's no point in hitting here. If it was double match point, you'd probably play 93-84 with the idea of being hit and making an anchor. But here gammons count, so this is I think the only sensible play. You don't gain enough from the hit, I don't think, to make. And how are you going to win this one? You're not, basically, because you're not going to contain the red checker, and this play will lose you a few more gammons. It will win you the odd game when red hits back and white subsequently anchors. So now the position goes back to what it was. The red checker is there. So if you're going to hit, you're going to play 93-84 and go gung-ho. But I think you have to play 93-5-1. I mean, there's always a possibility that red rolls a couple of double 5s and can't escape the rear checker. So you could point, but this looks correct. You just keep the prime. Now another point is white's prime is going to go. You're tempted here to play 9-3 and something, 9-5, so that you've got a board. Duplicates the hitting 3. Is that enough to justify exposing a blot? The trouble is, if you do this, what are you going to do next time? Of course, there may not be a next time because red may run. So, if you haven't read Michihito Kageyama's back checker strategy book, that's something you need to read. Now, the question is here, you do this. So, instead of making the 3-point, he's doing this so he can pick up another checker. So this, I think, will be the right play. You really don't want 1 or even 2 more checkers sent back. The 6 or 1, so he's going to make the point. He's going to come in, and he's going to come round. So all the time, white's board is deteriorating. That's the 2 and a 1. So 2, and I think you just play 3-2. Yeah. Looks correct. 5 and 3. Well, it's no real excitement. I think you're probably just going to have to play 7-4. You could do this. Do keep a better shape. 5-3. Now, if red rolls double six, we'll have some fun. 4 and 2, 2 and 4. This is the correct technique. 6 and 4. So red doesn't mind being hit, of course. Now I think you just close it out. You could play 8-4, but then you're at the mercy of things like double five. No, double five's all right. He's trying one more time to get an extra checker sent back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So white is letting red in. He knows he has to do that. White's very unlikely to expose a second checker now. Although if red stays on the bar a couple more times, he might manage it. 4-3, for example, now exposes a second checker. I'm not sure. This way you keep a 4, but you have to roll another number with the 4. So here we go. Right, so red will now attack the white blot again, closing it out. Should win a single game and move the score to 8-5. Doesn't hit. Four, saving the checker. Yeah, 4, 2. Okay. Right, so now I suspect red will have to make the ace point. Yeah, 3. You play 9-4. You can play 7-2, but I think play 9-4. You want the spares on the higher points because that wins more gammons. Because you take off more checkers before your opponent comes in. 6 and 3. Red will play this safe because there's only 2 or 3% gammons here, so it's not worth the risk of doing anything silly to try and generate a gammon. Double 6, double 5, not good. 6-1's absolutely fine. White's doing his best to cooperate in losing a gammon. 6-1. But heavy favourite to save it. Virtually certain to save it now. Barring a block of, just to keep him honest, he's rolled double 5. 2-1 from white would create some excitement. Double 3, game over. He's still going to roll just in case a miracle happens to turn up. And he stopped. Okay, so that was 2 points to Tobias. He now leads 7-6. So it's been a pretty good quality match so far. There have been a couple of interesting decisions, at least one missed cube, I think, and potentially one cube early on that was really more of a bluff than a real cube, but paid dividends when it was dropped. Okay, so 7-6. Oh. Apparently that was a 6-5 because the dice rolled and they hit each other. 5-4, up and down, standard fare. Split the back checkers once your opponent's gone with 1. 3-1, great roll. So white, early shade of edge to white because he's only got 1 rear checker. He's probably ahead in the race. He's got the better board, but his opponent has got a checker on the bar. On the downside, he's got 8 checkers in the zone. I think that was potentially just fractionally premature, but of course I know nothing. Double 5. Oh, sorry, he did only have 1 checker back, so yeah, okay. 6 and 2. Right. So this is the right play going after the blitz. 2, 6 is awkward now. Probably want to keep the two checkers in white's own board and get another one hit, because what you desperately want in a situation like this is an anchor. Yeah, so I think this is the right play. So hit with threes, sixes, sevens, and nines. 3 is 3. Now play 11 to 10, I think. I don't think you can afford to play 4 to 3. I don't like this play. You've already cubed, you can only win the game with the checkers, and therefore you want the checkers in useful positions. So I would be playing 11 to 10 here. Okay, post-match analysis, we'll see who's right and who's wrong. Now you probably hit again. Yuck. No, why would you do that? Oh, sorry, you didn't hit because, of course, the guy lifted the checker. So he's going to play with one block. 4-2 is going to make the 9 point. Red wants an anchor. That'll do. That's a nice anchor, right? So red haven't equalised, but if white doesn't roll a 1, this is just going to be 13 to 6. Now if red can roll 4 or a 6, we'll have a halfway decent game because his opponent is stripped everywhere. 2-1 is not a great roll, and this is probably the only realistically sensible play. 5-2 coming in and out. Yeah, one of the problems with having stripped points that white has got is it reduces the flexibility of your plays because you're not going to unstrip a point and leave a couple of blocks. You think the bar looks correct. Can white find an ace? Yes, he can. He'll hit and come up. Oh, double 4. Well, you can safety it and then play this, 4-6-2. He's still got plenty of pressure against the white points on the 9 and midpoint, so I wouldn't be trying anything fancy here. I think the only question is that last 4. You can't leave the checker on the opponent's 4 point to be attacked, so it's got to come out. And if it's coming out, I'm not sure you get value for money from this. 5s and 6s are good for white, 1s are good. So first save the gammon, then win the game. This looks nice. It's a 4-point block, but white can play all of the numbers safely, I think. So far we've played 2 of these 4s. I don't think you can leave a block here. White's got work to do, so I think red's game plan is to build a board as quickly as possible whilst not leaving any shots in the short term, because with the number of outfield checkers that red has, he could still easily lose a gammon. So this is my play. It's the only other possibility of 16. What do we know? We know nothing. 1, 2, 3, and then probably 8-2. Yeah, okay. But now white is slightly out of time. Will red hit with a 2? Well, it probably depends what the other number is. It's certainly not going to hit with that. So the 6 is going to come down. You need to build a board as quickly as possible because obviously you want the chance to hit a white checker. Here, I think you're probably just going to make the 4 point with this 5-2. So now red needs a number that builds both of his slotted points. That'll do, 4-3, because the shot may be coming now, so you need the board. So now's the time to make the board. And now it's a double shot, and life gets interesting. As misses go, I guess that's okay. So, do you stay with the checkers on the midpoint? You might get one more shot. If you do it this way, you take away 6-1 and double one, being useful for white. You're probably not going to lose a gammon, and you want to maximize your hitting chances because your racing chances aren't going to be good. So can white get the checker past? That's the key question in the next roll. No. So two, he's going to, I would do 2 and 1. It's 15 hitting numbers as opposed to 14, but then you've got the better board. And this could develop into a hitting contest. And you duplicate the 4 that red needs to hit is also a cover number. So for all of those reasons, I think this is the right play. Yeah, I like the play. 3 and something, not a hitting number. Oh, wow, double 4. Anti-joker, that's known as. A roll that destroys the opposition. Very few rolls didn't get white home, but that was the worst of them. Missed, as we say. Now, if white rolls another double 4, he can think about giving up the game. Oh, double 3. Okay. So now this is going to be a single game to white. 6-2. Yeah. You have to play these out because, of course, occasionally you get a freak. 6-1. Okay. 61. Okay. So 3 successive 2-1s for red. That's not it. Okay. So now white cannot win a gammon, despite that very nice double 4. The game is over. So that becomes 8-6 to Dag Ekmark against Tobias Helway. Hopefully they'll change the score in a minute, 8-7. Okay, so 15 points have been won. There were 30 potential points in the match, or 29 realistically. Playing on again without a break. And how are we doing on time? Looks like 15 minutes for 1, 3. Yeah. It's probably a bit too big to come in on the 22 point, just because the one's difficult to play as well. So, here you just make the point. Unstack a stack, create an asset. 2s are duplicated in any event. 5 and 4. It's not ideal. So you can do this and this. This is probably the right play. So white's playing for an advanced anchor because red has escaped a checker. White also wants coverage of the outer board. So this is entirely sensible. 4 and 2. This time you don't make the point. You just run away. Yeah. Three and 1. So do you make your opponents? I wouldn't be quite so quick to do that. 9 checkers for red in the attack zone. I'd be making the 5 point here. I would be taking the risk. I know he's leading 8-7. But, now I can make 4 point. Okay, so it's turned out okay for him. Double 3. Well, I made it anyway. See, if you know you're going to roll repeaters, then life's easy. So yeah, he'd like to advance with the 2, the rear checker, but then there's no sensible ace. This will make the bar point. Okay, so now white has a strong position. 2 is extremely useful. Now the question is, does white have a cube? So there's lots of factors to consider here. The race, which I'll have to do after we've done the rest of the analysis. Does he have a threat? Yes, he does. Red has only got a single rear checker, so it can never anchor. Red's also got an exposed blot on his 2-point, which it might not be obvious that that is a factor in the doubling decision, but it is, because if we get into a hitting battle, that blot could get picked up. I just need to count the race, so if you just give me a moment or two, we will do that. White is behind in the race, but has just rolled an absolutely killing number in double 2. The cube will be coming. I think that Doug missed a cube on the last roll. This is going to be a pass. So his position before the last roll was so strong that I think and he had threats. Yes, he was behind in the race, but in the other aspects of the position, he was ahead. So he's ahead in 2 of the 3 elements. And position race threat, normally if you're ahead in 2, you should consider a doubling, which you should have done. It was only 8-7, so again, not a huge edge. And also, the gammon would have got him to 12-7, and he's now 9-7, so slight difference. The guys have gone on a break, so time for me to have an actual break as well. I shall return in due course, so I will go silent for a little while. Shall have to do actually done most of the analysis. Does he have a threat? Yes, he does. Right, red has only got a single rear checker, so he can have an anchor. Red's also got an exposed block on his 2-point, which it might not be obvious that that is a fact in the double team, but it is, because if we get into a hitting battle, that block could get picked up. I just need to count the race, and if you just give me a moment or two, we will do that. White is behind in the race, but we've just rolled an absolutely killing number in double 2. The cube will be coming. I think that Mr. Cube on the last roll is going to be a part. So his position before the last roll was so strong that I think and he had threats. Yes, he was behind the race, but in the other aspects of the position, he was ahead. So he's ahead in 2 of the 3 elements. And position race threat, normally if you're ahead in 2, you should consider a doubling, which you should have done. It was only 8-7, so again, not a huge edge, and also the gammon would have got into hold on, hang on. And wait, I'm on a break. That's one you want to do. Bring them about. Um, Depends on whether there are any high cubes or not. It isn't in the term. Can you just check the heating? Is it on? Yeah. Oh, the players have returned before the commentator. The commentator has now returned, so apologies for that. I have to get myself a cup of tea. Right. Oh, the red earns a cube. And that was a very good sequence for red. 6-5. Pretty much forced, I think. 22-17 and 18-13. It's hard to see anything else. I don't know what else he would be considering here. Well, red surely only wants to play with one block. Oh, sorry, he could play 23-18, 8-2. So I'm just seeing the other play. Still think you've got to do this because it duplicates the fives white needs to hit. And white has found, and now trailing in the match. It's going to be an interesting possibility. Red still has an awful lot of work to do to win the position. And the only reason this could possibly be a cube is that because of the match score, I still think it looks a little bit premature. With the structure that red has got, it's going to be very difficult to bring home. But he's thinking about it, certainly. Maybe because of the score. So if he redoubles to 4 and wins the gammon, then yeah, because 8 points gets him the match. This is the reason it is a double. White now needs to come in. Perhaps his problems by fanning again. And again, it's difficult for red to get home. He's now got it's 5 checkers on the 8 point. White is not doing very well at rolling. He needs to go to rolling school. Double one would normally be good, but not here. So, what are the choices? If you're going to keep the board, or if you're not leaving any shots, you're playing 10-8, 6-5 twice. I think this is better than 3-2 twice, which leaves a very holy position. It means that red can safely play 5s and 4s from his 8 point. So obviously red is way ahead in the race. don't like the structure as much as the other one does visually. It also means red's fives could potentially leave shots, although there are fives where he would take a risk and clear the midpoint. I can't see any advantage to leaving a blot anywhere, so I think the choice is 6 to 5 here twice or 3 to 2 twice. How's the clock looking? Plenty of times, 17 minutes. His opponent's got 12 out of an original bank of 30 minutes. So by all means, take your time on this. You should be looking at how the various numbers play. Some sixes will leave a shot next time, but anyway, he's made the decision. Straight in, right, 6. Now I think you stay there and play the 5 in. I don't think you want to come out. Yeah, it goes to a much nicer point than I think he thought it was going to originally. This looks fine. Again, what's play B? Play B is coming out, which is anti-thematic. So this is a good roll for red, makes 2 points. Now, the question is, when does the checker on red's 6 point become a liability and not an asset? Well, it's still an asset, I think, because there's a few pick and passes, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3. I don't like. I think this is all right, but I thought, what a good decision that was. So that would be an utter joker. Had white elected to stay on the 6 point. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you want to keep the 9 point? Does it have value? Five and 13 to 7. Yeah. 6, 2. Only one bad number for red now, which is double 6. 4. There are some racing chances here for white, albeit small. Clear from the rear and don't ask questions. Again, now there are no bad numbers for red next time. Probably play 8 to 2 here, it's not going to get a shot next time. So you make a pure board just in case. 6 and 2. Right now, only 6-1 is bad for red. 1, 2. Okay. This could be the last point of contact in this game. 5-1. Ooh, it's getting interesting. Now 5-1 and 6-1 are bad, but white's got to. Oh, that's going to be fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, he's now racing. Red's still favourite, big favourite. 5-4. Okay. 5-4. So red is never going to miss here. If white rolls a couple of a couple more aces, he'll be in trouble. Double four looks much. It's not quite gin, but it's close. White needs to start rolling doubles very soon if he's to have any chance whatsoever. I think he probably, well, that was one of them. So he's still in the game. He'll take 2 checkers off next time. He's got the chance of rolling a double on the last roll. Easier to roll the double this time, 4-3. So he will still have the possibility of rolling double 6 on his last roll to win the game. A 1 in 36 chance. Here we go. No, 4-1. Okay, so 11-9 to Tobias. Getting to the sharp end of the match now. Now, Tobias is 4 away, and despite losing, this gives him some cubes that are slightly more frisky than in a money game because the double gammon wins him the match exactly. So perfect efficiency gets rewarded at backgammon. 3, 6-4. So I believe this is the correct response when losing to an opening 5-3 with a 6-4. 4-1. Yeah, probably correct. Again, he's leading, so he doesn't need to play 6-5. This is going to be 2 down per force. Now what's red got? 4-2, good number. Makes a 4 point. White needs to counter. So the 2 is going to make the 11 point. He's losing, but there are only there's 9 checkers in the zone, so now is the time to split. That's fine. So there's a number of plays available here. This is one of them. 4-3, taking advantage of his stronger board. When your opponent's made his 2 point with a 6-4, you don't normally split because it gives them the potential for a blitz attack because the position is not built for priming because you own both the 8 point and the 2 point. So I think Tobias actually chose the right play. Let's see if he actually makes it. The other play is 24-21, 24-20, but that just gives white an attack. 36 doesn't look strong enough. I like this play. 2 looks like he's probably going to maybe make the anchor. 8-7 doesn't look right. 6-5 doesn't look right. So now, so 6 and 2 would hit, but it doesn't. So it's a bit of an ugly roll. It looks like 2 down just because there's nothing else. Can't move the rear checkers, doesn't want to play 8-2. So if red can hit here, 3 and 5, I think. Yeah. So he doesn't come under 4 guns, which is correct. 3-2 makes the 5 point. Probably won't take very long to find this. He could make the 4 point though, because he's got checkers on the 11 point that aren't being used, and making the 4 point gives him a better distribution. So XG quite often in this sort of position likes the 5 point here. I think making the 4 point is correct. Just having the 11 point and the 5 point is not a good combination because the checkers do not work in harmony. Whereas if you make the 4 point, the checkers on the 11 point have got somewhere to go. Interesting to see that one later. 6-4 would have been a great roll. Double 3 is a great roll. How do you play it? He's going to do something with the rear checkers. How far are they going to come? Looks like they might come all the way. So you can make your opponent's bar. You can make your own bar, but that must certainly be wrong because you strand the rear checkers. You can make the 21 point and the 10 point. But I think if you're leading, this is not the play you would make. It looks nice, but you've got to sort out the rear checkers as well. I'm surprised at that play. I'd be surprised if it was correct, but there you go. We will see. Now White's just going to make the 4 point. It's nice to make the bar, but here I think the 4 point is so powerful, giving you the rack. If red, if red rolls 6-4, it's not your day potentially, but here he's going to have to go with a 6 because everything else will compromise his position. Now, because of the score, oops, 4-3. So it's not the time to run. So you can play 11-4, but you've got the 8 point and the 2 point. They don't work well together. So there's no argument for 8-4, 8-5. The problem is obviously the rear checkers. Yeah. So there's not a huge choice here. So that's playing 11-4. This is the big play. You're trailing 9-11, the cube is in the middle. Good roll, but now probably got to play 11-9 because you want the 3 point. Going to hit to create cracking numbers. So lots of rolls now crack red's prime. That's not one of them. Now white could be in a lot of trouble. 2, 3. So 4s and 6s are good for red and potentially lose his market. 3 checkers back each. And the point about this is that, as I said before this game started, a double gammon wins the match for Tobias. So I think it was a pretty clear drop. I'd like to go back and look at that 4-3 that Dag played, because escaping one checker from behind that broken prime was probably more important than what he played, despite the risk. But again, that will be for post-match analysis. So red has run, white has made a point. 6-1, now 3 away. It's great to get to 1 away rather than 2 away. So there's a premium on some of the doubles that red can offer here. Now, of course, he has to be careful because the cube will come back very quickly. So to make the 4 point, you can drop 2 down. You can play up and down. That might be the right move. So this looks nice, but I suspect, and again, you need more time to look at these things. 6, and then you make the 11 point, I think, yeah. So I'm not sure that White's play was correct, but anyway, 5 and 6 is forced. It's the only legal move on the board. 4-3. 2-1. Joker. Red will be looking at the cube in a minute. Yeah, Red is going to be looking at the cube now, I think. Only because of the score. I think it's quite an easy take for money. Yeah, there's the cube coming. That was a great sequence for Dag. Could well be a take. Again, Red has no points in his home board, so it's not exactly a threat. That's 12. But very good cue. I think it's a take. White's got a lot of work to do. It's got 3 checkers back. The race looks as if it's very close. Red is favourite to come in on the next roll, barring maybe double 6 from White. Close call. I wouldn't blame anyone for dropping at this score, because when you're faced with a double like this, you see the gammon loss, and it's very hard to do positive and see how you're going to win. But basically, you're going to win by coming in and escaping, and that does not surprise me. And again, there's been lots of positions in this match which are going to be worth looking at after the match to see how accurately the players play. So 12-10, or technical terms, 3 away, 5 away. And again, normally you would split here 24, 21, 13, 11. It's a standard response to an opening 4-1. 5-2 is a great roll, making 4 point. 4-5. Well, one of them's obvious. Now, the question is, you can either play probably now 20 to 10, or you do this and hit, and you pop out the other checker, I would think, although you could play 13 to 8 to keep the 2 rear checkers connected. Sorry, you need to make this 3 point. Sorry, I completely missed the number of possible rolls. 4, you're going to hit. Right, White needs a 5. 6-4 is not good. So, interesting. 1s and 3s are good, 7s are good, 9s are good. Red's got the better structure. So that was a dangerous fan from Doug there. So I wouldn't hesitate to double this with an even score. But when you're leading 12-10, you still need 3 points to win the match, don't forget. So decided not to double. Now he may have lost his market. Now maybe he wants to get to a position where he's too good to double. So now can you take a roll? Yes, you can. 6-4 is a very strong roll. So now red is going to be playing on for an undouble gammon in an attempt to get into the quarter game. So you can come in on the ace, then where's the 3, other than 11 to 8? You lose as many gammons that way probably as coming in on the 22 point and creeping up 24, 23. Yeah, I think White Doug has to try this play. I think this will be right. So even after this play, Tobias will probably play it on, I think, the gammon. It's got looks like he's cashing. Okay. So, and again, to reiterate the point I made earlier, not playing on for a gammon is one of the most common errors in backgammon in match play. I think that may qualify as an entrant into that particular category, but again, we don't have an XG feed, so we'll have to look at it after the game. So Tobias is now 2 away, which means he would like an undouble gammon. He will rarely double without being pretty close to a lock here. That was a 6-5 and a 4-3 in response. 4-6. Keep it simple. 2. Now, which way do you play the ace? Okay, 10 to 9. 4 and 5. Okay. Double 2. Right. 2 of them are obvious. Now you can either make the bar or you come up with the other 2, probably. Bar is nice because the start of a really good prime. So where if White's going to build a prime, where's he going to build it? I'm not completely convinced by this. I quite like the idea of moving the back checkers up here because the forward checkers are well placed anyway. Three. I think if you're doing 3, you do 4 as well. Okay, so 2 and 3, or 3 and 2. So 2, 3. Okay, giving White fewer targets. White's got a good position, certainly. Is it good enough to double at this score? Normally double at this score slightly slower than normal, but if you have a gammon chance, you double more quickly. There's certainly a gammon chance because of the undeveloped nature position. Uh, 13 10. Let's have a look. So it's got a lot of market losing sequences. I think that's a good cue. I think it's a correct take. Making the bar is good. Okay. And now red needs to either escape or develop his position somewhat. That's pretty dreadful. Yeah. Not a lot of choice. 6-3. Well, you can make the 5 point. You can make the 3 point. 3 point's probably better in this particular circumstance. I don't think mind you, if you make this 5 point, it's very strong if red does not roll a 6. And if he does roll a 6, he's got a blotting board, which also needs a 6 to cover it. So this is the quickest route to victory, is is it the correct route to victory? Given I'm losing 10-13, this would be my play. Strongest white. You put the checkers where you want them, so I think this is a good play. 6-5 is going to be lots of fun. 6-5, okay. 1s, 2s, and 5s all hit. That's top dice, I think, yeah. That is a disaster. Oh, this will be fun. So you can pick and pass, put 2 on the bar. You can make the 5 point. You can make the 2 point. But I quite like this play because if white doesn't roll a 2, red's got a route to victory. So all red needs to do is bring the checkers home. Is that 6-4? It makes the 4 point. Yeah. White needs an ace. Doesn't look like an ace because he hasn't moved very quickly. 5 and something. Can't see the other. Is it double 5? I don't know. 1. Thanks. It looks like double 5. 1, 2, and then you make the 2 point. So you keep the midpoint to keep pressure on red. Yeah. So red needs a 4 or 6 with some other useful number. Well, the 4's all right and 3's passable. Okay. 7s and 9s are premium numbers for white, but not 8. So now you advance the back checker so that you keep all your checkers in play. I certainly don't think you give up the midpoint. It gives red command of the outer board. You could play 10-2, or you could play 10-4, 6-4. Or you do this, playing for contact. I quite like the idea because obviously a gammon doesn't cost white anything. And this may just get in the way a little bit. Maybe some funny 5s here. 3-2 is also humorous. So you can play 2 down and leave 4s and 8s. You can hit because this will be fewer numbers. Yeah. I think this is 10 shots. Anything else is more, and white has a strong board, and the bar point is useful for bringing home the checkers from the midpoint. So I think this is the correct play. Yeah. Now let's see what white's got. 5, 1, and 5. Yeah, so white now has a goalkeeper, which makes it more awkward for red to get the checkers home. So I think this is correct. The problem is white's still got to play next time. This is going to be an ugly play, but it's perfectly all right. Now, what he's going to give from white's perspective? Well, it's going to play 6-3, and then probably, all right, I'm just going to play this, really. I think I would want to keep pressure on the midpoint. So, interesting. He's played it very purely. 4-3 is horrible. There is no safe play. 6-2, 4-1 is the fewest shots. 13-6 is the better play in terms of getting checkers home because it's an ace plus 6-4. So for 2 extra numbers, you get a much better position. So I would imagine this is the correct play. Yeah. 6-5. So make the point and think about the 5. You still want the contact generated. There is very little contact generated by the white blot on the midpoint. That might as well come down. Easy to play, I think. Against white's board, you don't leave anything. So you just do this, 13 to 2, and hope that white rolls on some sort of horrendous crashing number like double five. Or double six. So 1, 2. Again, you're trying to win the game, so you've probably got to leave that checker on red's 3 point. It's interesting. I think that I think you get more contact if you stay back. Whether it's right, I'm not absolutely sure. You lose nothing by being. It doesn't matter if you get gammon. And red's fives are going to be more awkward to play if you stay back. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what would have happened in both variations. 6-2 is easy. No excitement. So 6 comes in. Think about 2. Looks like 10 to 4, 10 to 8. Save a couple of sixes. I don't think you want to play 8 to 6 here. So this looks very sensible. Okay, key roll coming up. Oh, wow, double six. Okay, white's winning chances have just gone through the floor. It desperately needs a 3. Got the 3, in with the 6. 6-5 for red gives some excitement. Double 5 gives less excitement, it has to be said. Right. Red is one good roll from victory. Right. 16 numbers, I think, leave a shot here. That's not one of them. White will be hoping that red can roll a repeater. So 6, make the point. So 8 numbers leave a shot, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, but not 5, 4. And that's probably the match. Although he's going to roll on through inertia, but no, he isn't. So again, well played, Tobias. Thanks to everybody for listening this afternoon. There'll be another match broadcast a little later. I will not be doing commentary because I have a dinner engagement. So I hope whoever takes the evening session has fun. Hope you all enjoyed the afternoon. There's a lot of learning points there. It would be great to have the match files so you could then compare that with the plays actually made. So anyway, fairly well, and I'll see you tomorrow for the early session tomorrow. Bye for now.
on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. compass when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Almost forget to breathe. creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit this creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit this creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, the cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. The stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. With creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, the cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. The stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. With creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. creature comforts when we're cold. The cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders and breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. our shoulders, enveloped. We almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. With creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stood in a world of vines, you were still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. With creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders enveloped, we almost forget to breathe.
Fantastic. Hello, everybody. Danny Rivera here from Backgammon is Beautiful as your commentator for this Masters semi-final match between Ricardo Malas playing the white checkers and Missia Alma playing the red checkers. Both very strong players. Missia Alma is a G3 player from the Netherlands, currently living in Switzerland. Ricardo Malas is from the Lebanon, and I will offer some comments as we go along in this 15-point match. So hope you enjoy. Okay, so a great follow-up there from Missia, double three. So white enters with 27 rolls there and plays a 6 out. White is pretty vulnerable in this position, giving red good 6s and 4s, but 6s are duplicated there to hit and make the 2 point. So, of course, red's going to hit and decides to bring the checker into a 5 point, not to leave returns, and move to a more efficient place of cubing. So really here, white is in trouble, Ricardo's in trouble already, and the cube should be coming soon. So decides to hit loose, and the cube flies. No. Looks like a take in that position. White has both checkers in, but there's another checker to pick up there. So there are some threats in the position. They're both playing quite quick. I will try to put some positions into XG if I can as we go along. So here, Missia makes the aggressive slotting play. Ricardo makes a 3 point, would of course have liked to have hit the 4 with the 4 there. Gives so double 6. So again, playing each checker and decides to make the bar and leave, but maybe better to make the 4 prime in that position and then just split them back with one checker. A lot of prime value. And again, red's moving into a position where the cube is going to be coming. Hard to lose your market here when you have the 13 and 18 points. I mean, red, of course, could roll a double 5 or a double 4, but a long way from that. So an easy take. So white has both the checkers glued there, as Mitchell would say, and really wants to split those checkers against the prime structure with red. Red simply just wants to take this game home now. Simply wants to bring those checkers around safely. Okay, so red makes an interesting slotting play. It's a pure play, slotting the front of a prime, but again, very risky to get hit here against white's 3 point board. And now white can hit and also advance to the edge of a prime. So it looked a bit risky there. And white stepping up with both checkers is good, because if red hits loose, then white can anchor in a higher position. So red enters on the 4, looking to escape, and now has to hit again. So now red could end up with 2 checkers back on white's home board. So white comes in with a 2 and the 6 jumps out. Okay, so we have some duplication of 4s here, but red has those stripped points in the outfield. So hitting from those points would leave a lot of shots in return. 5-2 is a great roll, of course, making the 3-point board, the rack. So white makes another blocking point in front of red's 18 point there. And red just brings our round slot in the back of the prime, only giving white a 1-6 to escape. Well, pretty close there, 6-2 here. So white could consider making the 4-point, but again plays quickly, leaving 3 stripped points in the outfield. Very inflexible position for white here. Something's going to have to give, and 6s play pretty badly. So red is just looking to extend the prime. Once red has a 6 prime, then can slot from the front, hit white's checker, and maybe pick up another checker. Now that the cube has turned, there are gammons in this position. So red has a 3-2 to play. Obviously would have liked to have made the point. So is red thinking about slotting the front of the prime? Seems quite big. By slotting the front, it looks like an overplay. So here red has great diversification of numbers. There we've got 6s, 4s and 3s to make the point, the 3-point. So that's a point that red is aiming for there, making the 3 points, completely boxing white in. And white is running out of timing here, going to end up leaving another checker exposed. So here, red brings 2 in. Again, the distribution is nice. You have small numbers there to make the point. And 1-6 is an excellent roll, probably white's best roll in that situation. Now, red is really stuck there on the 18 point, and white has control of the outfield, and white is building their board as well at the same time. So it's very risky, and it's going to be difficult for reds to get off at 18 points safely. Okay, so double 3. So here you count the race before breaking that point. If you're ahead, then you leave, vacate the 18 point. And if you're behind, you stay back for contact. So here we see that Miss Joe is doing a count to see whether he's ahead or not. And there stays back for the contact value. And of course, as we said, Ricardo has some bad rolls here. So now we have a pay now, pay later situation where white could bring 2 down, but obviously getting hit with a 2 is very, very bad. White could make the ace point here or bring 2 in. I think it's better here to make the ace point, strengthen your home board, and wait to see. Red has better timing with those 2 checkers on the 7 point, so can play those 6s in and not leave any shots. And 3-2, a small number, is great. Still keeping that timing with those 2 checkers on the bar. So here white can decide to make the 6 prime and leave that shot. But again, it's just too risky to get hit here and leave any shots at all. So white goes down to a 5-point board, but now we will see what happens with this roll. So 4-5 again, a big decision on pay now, pay later. Now that white has a 5-point board, he doesn't really want to break it down to a 4-point board, because if he does get the shot later from red, then it's going to be really hard to contain that checker with an open 6 and 5 points. So here we may see white bring 2 down and hope for the best. But not sure these situations, pay now, pay later, are very tricky ones. All about timing, board strength, whether you need to leave the risk now or simply wait. Unfortunately, we don't have the XG feed here to check some of these plays. So again, white is just breaking their board even further here. And red now has to break. So Mistra has to break. And now white really is just hoping for, some clearing double here, really looking to move. White's got a lot of wastage in his front position there with the big stack of checkers on the 2-point. And white owns a cube as well. So cube ownership in race positions is very good as well. You can nurse that cube and turn that cube when you have the race advantage. So now red is going to break with 6s here. So there we are, 2-6. But now white has 2 blots in board. So even getting hit is not so bad unless white rolls something like a 6-1 or 6-2. And double 5 obviously is brilliant. And now we are going to see a recube unless red rolls something similar, a high double. And not so. So this looks like a pretty clear double, redouble pass. And there we are. So Ricardo takes the lead, but it's a long match, a 15-pointer in this undefeated semi-final. Anything can happen in these early scores. You can pretty much play them for money and then make adjustments as we get further into the match. So 14 away, 13 away. 6-3, standard play. So Mr. hits in the outfield, of course, deprives white of the builder in the front position, gets moving. And white here hits again. Of course, there are many options there to make the 18 points, to make the advanced anchor, but better to hit. And again, red hits back. So every time red hits white, sends white further back in the race. Red only loses a smaller amount of pips, and that's good. Now white has strengthened their home board. So now the hitting contest favours Ricardo with a stronger board. Now that the 6 and 5 have been made, red still is pretty much in the starting position, Mr. So both players playing very quickly, not using much clock time at all. So red gets a 4-2 here, so deciding whether to make the hitting play here. The hitting also serves as a tempo, stops white using the full roll to make the 4 points, unless, of course, they roll a double. So a good play here. So really, Mr. is in need to build their board, do something constructive. And now white can hit again, which is a pure play, slotting the 4 point. And now 4s are also duplicated here. You can see for Mr. that he can hit, but then can't cover the 4 point as well. So probably best to come in on a 24 and make the 4 point. Here, white is also, Ricardo's also duplicated their own 4s by stepping to a 20 point and covering their own 4 points. So of course, there are some options here for Misja by coming in and hitting, knocking white's checker off there. Of course, if red gets hit back again, then he's already slotted the point where he'd like to make an advanced anchor. on the 21 point there. So certainly thinking, of course, being stuck back on the 24 point is not great. So here creates a more of a flexible, dynamic position for Mischa there. And one misses, but hits, of course, because you're leaving otherwise too many shots in return. So lots of hits here, going backwards and forwards, and backgammon is sometimes like that. But sixes don't particularly play well, but as Ricardo has a blot in board anyway, might as well take the hit. There's nothing else. You don't want to lose the anchor that you've made. So again, we see Ricardo in white there stepping up and attacking, having a stronger board, and red can come back in. Mischa there will attack again. I then decide how to play the 3. So, of course, hitting in the home board there. I'm in the 3, but 8 to 5 is a consideration, but then you leave blots all over the place. Mischa would like to use those checkers efficiently on the midpoint. You can see there's 5 checkers there. So really wants to put those to use. And I mean, this play here, 8 to 5, you break your 8 point and end up in a kind of back game with not much timing. So instead, makes a more efficient play of unstacking that heavy point here. And white comes in, Ricardo in and hits again. So many opportunities there to hit, of course. So again, another hitting opportunity there, 13 to 10, but Mischa can also make the 2 point as well, which is quite deep. And Mischa only has 4 checkers on the 6, but at least its safety is that point. So it's a deeper point, and it does hem those checkers on the 24 point in. It equalizes the board strengths, but of course, Ricardo's home board is stronger. Now, again, Ricardo has escaped, and now with a 6-2. So here now, Mischa can hit on the 5 point. Stop Ricardo making the advanced anchor. Okay, but Ricardo hits back, and now consider the double hit as well with the 2. So even though there's only 7 checkers there in the zone, so it's quite a very weak blitz, you give your opponent fewer entry numbers there with 2 checkers on the bar. And now we can see Ricardo rolls a 4-6. So obviously he enters on the 4, plays a 6 out to there. Improves the flexibility slightly there by coming out. So again, red is going to have to start moving those checkers from the back into the outfield. So white does want to have some outfield control there, kind of ready to attack. 6-2 is a good number to jump to the midpoint. And then 4-1. So makes a 20 point. But you can see here that Ricardo has a very stripped, inflexible position. So 4 points made there, you can see in the outfield, and all of them are stripped besides 1 point. So again, white is just looking to take this home, really. Okay. So as you see here, this is the issue with a stripped point, that Ricardo can hit with a 4, but then leaves blots all over the place, giving red, 4s and 1s and other indirect numbers to hit, but terrible 5-6 there. dancing with only 4 numbers out of 36. And Ricardo likes to remake the 8 point there. Very good. Bit more structure in the position. So not many options here with the 6. Better to jump out. Again, you can consider what the best 6 is. Like, where do you want to get hit if you are hit? If you're hit there on the bar with a 1, then white exposes 2 checkers by hitting you there with a 1, and you get more returns. So always consider where your checkers are going. Should be a conscious movement of that checker, thinking about where you want it to be. You only have 15 checkers to use. So making each one work for you efficiently is really important. So I'm Dan Rivera. Backgammon is beautiful on YouTube. So if you know my channel already, that's great. If not, like and subscribe. Backgammon is beautiful. Lots of learning content on there. So white has a 3-2 here to play. Again, not that many options, but steps forward, breaks a contact. Again, looking at the race in this position, deciding whether it's right to go or not to go. So 4-5 to play here. So the battle really is taking place in the outfield here. Who can control the outfield? So nice entry number there for Ricardo. Sorry, for Mistra. So Ricardo has a 6-5, which is nice. Uses those 4 checkers to make a point, and that is good. 6 away from the anchor that Mistra has there on the 21 points. So can't run off with double 6s, for instance. Want to try to block those points at a 6 away, restricts your opponent's movement. And now double 3. So it looks right to make the 4-point prime, even though you do give up that blocking point 6 away, but you really are limited for options here because a lot of 3s are blocked. So instead, makes a 2-point, okay. Also good, making a point behind the anchor. Okay, so 4-5. Okay, so the cube has been offered there by Ricardo on the 2, a nice glittery cube, and so we can see whether, try and look up the cube there quickly if I can. Both players playing very quickly. So it was a small double there if we're in that position for Ricardo, 0.017. So well found, almost a borderline cube decision. So you can see that Ricardo's going to have some trouble clearing that point, which is 6 away now, being up in the race. Certainly can be a liability clearing those points. We can see, so Ricardo is massively up here in the race. So at the moment, the pip count is, let's just look at that quickly. So 94 for Ricardo and 149 for Misja. So huge race deficit there in the position. But Misja still has that contact there. Ricardo has a very inflexible position with a big stack of checkers there, 6 away, which is good when you're behind, serving as a blocking point. But certainly when you're ahead and ahead by as much as Ricardo is, that it can be a nuisance. So 4-1 to play. So let's see. So 4-1. Or one he did look right to hit there on a 4-1. So double 2, but again, very far behind still. So Misja looking to make the board, then wait for a late shot. For a recube. But not looking that likely. 6-2. Again, we can see that Ricardo there has to play the checker beyond the anchor, which isn't a great place where you want it. And now he's just playing the waiting game there. Now the board is very strong, and any hit here could be fatal. So leaving the spares there on a high point to Ricardo so he can play those numbers off as well. Just interested there in safety, bringing it home as safe as possible without leaving anything. So now you see that once Ricardo has made this play with 5-2, now many sixes leave a shot afterwards. You can see how those sixes would play, where white would be forced off that outside point and giving Mr. a direct 6, 17 shots is just a lot. So that blocking point there has really proven to be a bit of a sticking point. There, Mr. diversifying the checkers to make the bar point next. Have a 6 prime to really have a full prime. And now checkers are being buried, but here again, safety is paramount for Ricardo. And 4-2 comes in. And 5-4 with a brilliant roll for Ricardo, bringing those both to safety. And Ricardo's not going to leave a shot with anything here. So this is a zero position, as Mitchie would call it. So no shot leavers here. So Mr. runs off the anchor, some race equity in the position now. Of course, doesn't want to play a checker to the ace point there. Happy to keep one back and not create any wastage. So could have played the 1 in there, but here thinking of making the bar, it seems, hoping for a shot with a 6-2. Leaves a shot for Ricardo. 4-4. Staying back. Five, 1. And 4-4. Well, red can wait for 6-5, 5-4, 6-4, but then has to hit. And of course, if the longer stays back, the more gammons go up. So 4-4 does play, but completely crunches a front position. And again, even with the hit, it's very, very hard to win once you bust your front position. And now red is going to have the same decision whether staying back again, but the 6-2 decides it. Okay, so the gammon is saved. I'll try and check over chat as we go along, or at least attempt to put some positions into XG as we go, but this lightning play doesn't leave much time, so I'll just try to offer some insight as we go. But there, Ricardo takes more of a match lead there, so now it's 11 away, 14 away. So 2-2 plays down. So I nearly went to Gibraltar this year, but being an English teacher, school holidays don't often coincide with backgammon tournaments, sadly. So here I am in England, kind of playing it by proxy, if you like. So here, 6-4. So a lot of options there, whether you make the bar, you can hit, of course, making it 2 points. And obviously there's a running play. So there are 3 different game plans here working out. Now, Mischa here has a priming structure with a higher 4 points made. So making a blitz play by hitting the 2 point is quite weak. Here, the run is not really duplicating anything with the 2s. So it's a tricky one when you have so many good options. Making the bar plays into the game plan there of continuing the prime, but does strip the midpoint. So the running play. Okay, so what do we have here? 6-3. Okay, so makes the point. Very nice. So Ricardo likes to have the stronger home board because when he decides to run, he gets hit back and he gets those returns. And obviously, more points made in a home board means that you have more chances of dancing. So now this is good for Mischa. Makes a rack formation, and 6-6 is a little bit awkward there. I think Ricardo may just make the ace point here. Has 10 checkers in the zone. So certainly with the blots strewing around the board, certainly looks like it's a good blitzing play. 13-1 with 2 checkers. And then if red dances, then certainly can consider cubing, but not sure really here whether that's right. Okay, so instead leaves a blot, so without a direct cover. So not sure I like that play too much, but obliges by dancing. And now we kind of can't consider the cube here. So 2 indirects equal roughly a direct. So but maybe playing on for 2 goods, but with the open 5 point here, Mischa can just re-enter as we see there straight away. So may have missed a cubing opportunity a bit earlier. But of course, you know, with the match lead now, even though it is a longer match, wants to be a little bit more circumspect in providing those cues because, of course, the re-cube big. So now the cube has been turned and okay. Another point there for Mischa. So closely fought match. Okay, so make the point and hit. Exactly. Very nice. Great reply. Gives a good 5 as well to make the A point because you can't use the 5. And now here, with the indirect numbers to hit and 5s to cover, Ricardo is moving close to a cube already with those 2 back checkers penned in. So certainly considering, you know, before every roll, you know, whether to cube or not. But now that has been nullified somewhat by Mischa making a 5 point. You know, that really flips those cube decisions, you know, when the 5 point has been made, how aggressive you can be. But now that the 5 prime has been made, it's just such a strong position here. Even after red has hit with a great double 5, the position for Mischa is very front loaded with those 2 checkers still stuck. And now with white entering and anchoring on the bar, this looks like it's going to be a double next turn for Ricardo. I would certainly be considering doubling here with Mischa not seeing daylight with those 2 checkers. So I'm not sure really whether the position is, Ricardo's thinking the position is too good or not, but I would consider doubling in that position for sure with 2 stuck back, but maybe maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But again, positions flying backwards and forwards, and now the cube is turned here after red has stepped up, even though red was in a worse position before and the cube wasn't offered. So maybe Mr. did think that was a too good and decided to take a roll. Okay, so 10 away, 13 away. Carly makes it 3 points. 6-4 makes it 2 points. So it's incorrect to run here. You only run after the 3 point. The 5 point has been made with 3-1. So that's not the right play, the right idea there. 6-4. Again, splitting 5-2. Hits on the bar. Nice use of that checker. Five, 6 hits back, deprives Mizja from making that bar point. And red comes in, attack, attack. Again, we can see that Ricardo benefits more from the hits with a 2-1 board, even though it's only the 3 point, still is a stronger board. So now red needs to decide whether to hit again from the 8 point this time, getting more and more checkers back. Of course, the level of complexity goes up, more checkers back, tougher decisions. You don't really want to be getting into back games where gammons as well are high. Okay, duplicates 3s there for Ricardo. So there you can see the choice. So always good to consider how those numbers play and how you can duplicate them across the board, because of course that 3 was useful to hit on the white's 5 point as well, but made the right move there, hitting and continuing to the midpoint. So doing two good things instead of one good thing usually helps you find the correct answer. Of course, backgammon is fluid and dynamic and ever shifting like a kaleidoscope of patterns. So what's true at one time is not true always. And that's what makes a game so maddening and so brilliant, that no one has yet figured it out. People have come close, but no one is playing it as 0 PR yet. Okay, so 3-5 is great. So enters, really looking to make that point now, make that 21 point there, and hits and brings 3 down to get a good 6 there. Really important, getting a good 6 to cover. And Mr. really is in trouble here as well. So here we could see the cube coming, even though Ricardo has a big lead there. It's just so strong once white has made the 4 point prime. And just such so many attacking numbers here. So hi Alex and hi Simon. I'll try and check the chat as and when. Greater work you guys are putting out as well on your channels. So hit. So now clearly moved into a too good situation there, with red having 4 checkers back, 2 of which are on the bar. So really not great. And white could slot the bar here, but again, really you don't need the bar point here, having a point which you're going to have to clear. So again, the bar point is not the point which you want to make. You just simply want to break contact and get these checkers home. And the gammon is pretty assured in this position. Mistra still has a lot of freight in the outfield to move around and really is penned in there on the 24 point, and there's very little risk here for Ricardo at all. So Ricardo happy to get another point here. We're at 2 points indeed, as we're looking at, and that would take Ricardo to 8 away. So nice to be at an even away score than an odd away score, because of course when the cube comes into play, you could soon be on 4 away and very efficient. Okay, so So 5-3 in. So there, BC Mr. has made an inner board point, but again, whether or not Mr. just wants to get as many crossovers as possible and get them in, try to kind of run off the gammon, but it is looking very, very unlikely. So 6-5 is an excellent roll, really bringing one of those checkers out. That is important, not getting those all stuck. And White here bearing in against an ace point game, so danger numbers are 5s. You can see where that is. So looking to clear that 6 point and not leave any shots, because we've all lost ace point holding games when we've been ahead. So you do need to be cautious. And Mitch's opening concepts is an excellent book. So endgame technique, which I'm referring to for ace point holding games, but both very good books. And it's a new one as well. Lots of great teaching in there. And I did have him on my channel actually and talk about the butterfly anchor, which is one of the concepts he outlines in back checker strategy, which I recommend. Back to it. Try not to get too sidetracked. Everyone's got a new book. I know Dirk Schiemann is going to be releasing a new book on hitting later this year. I know Nick Blazier is working on a book as well, another book on cubing. Thomas Tenland on third rolls. And Mark Olsen has just got a new book out, How to Not Suck at Backgammon. So lots of new books coming, a big emergence of books and blogs and boards, all the bees, lots of movement in the backgammon community. So here we can see that Ricardo has left some shots with doubles there, and 6-4 as well. Not so good. 5-4. So decides to double and not take the risks, or an easy pass, and may have been worth just playing on there, but if didn't want to risk leaving one of those bad rolls. Okie dokie. So where are we at? So 9 away, 13 away. 5-4. Up and down. Very nice. Fighting for the advanced anchor, hitting with the 1, stepping up. Oof. Not sure when a double hit there. Really, you want to leave that on the 5 point, because that's a point you want to make. Don't want to bury that checker to the 8th. So a bit of an unusual one, but what do I know? So 6-4 the red. So here can make the 2 point, looks right. Otherwise you're leaving blots, and also very stacky at the moment with the 6 and 8 points. So really wants to efficiently use those checkers. Always worth considering how your checkers are displayed over the board, if you like. If you have more checkers on some points, then you want to put those checkers to use to get a more flexible position. So white runs with 5-2. Not really much else going on there. Okay, some cocked dice there. Wow. So I hear the baffle box advocates yeah, champing at the bit there. Won the call, but lovely. 5-4. Where are we? Try and focus on the match, try and get lost in a creative expression. I mean, I am an English teacher, so I can't be fully blamed for some flights of fancy. And double five here. Bam, bam. Again, some options there, whether to make two inner board points. But it's nice having the 7 and 8 made, because if red enters there on the 1 or 2, but again, the match is going at a full clip at the moment. Things moving really quickly. And now here, okay, 2 on the bar. So red had finally made a run for it, but didn't make it very far before being pushed back there. And now white has great distribution there. So looking here, white has 12 checkers in the zone, and you know that because you can count the 3 on the other side of the board. So very strong position. And red again in danger here, real danger to just get crushed. And that is a crushing roll. Bam, bam. 2 points, probably the best roll there Ricardo could have got. And red only has 1 roll to enter both checkers, which is double 2. So yeah, hope Mr. is praying to the dice gods at the moment. Now white just wants to get those checkers moving. Doesn't want to roll a double 5, for instance. So got to kind of think here. Okay, so here you may want to leave a shot with 2-5-2-6 and just split, get off that point at the back. You really don't want to be stuck there on a 24 point. You want to get moving. And oh, we see 2 hands being used at once, which some players don't like, slightly against the rules, but yes, makes a running play. And now, so red has answered. So now, again, white is in such a dominant position. So the cube is offered there. And now, with the match deficit there and the anchor made, McGammons are lower with a 23 point as opposed to a 24 point. Usually about 8% fewer gammons having that 23 point anchor. But I mean, what does red really have here? But it looks like a take to me, even though red doesn't have much development. Red does have the anchor, and white still has 2 checkers to bring around the board. Here, I'm not sure really that Ricardo should have doubled it. I mean, because still quite a lot of work to do in this position. So white needs to safety those 2 checkers or make the bar and get those 2 checkers around the board. And red has potential here to prime with numbers and has good outfield control. So looks to me like it is a take. So if I have a moment, I can try and enter this very quickly. Hopefully that will give me some thinking time to quickly whiz this in. Okay, dun dun dun. Okay, so at least they're thinking here, which is good to see. So looks like a take, yes. Okay, so there. Just trying to set up the position before it all whizzes along. So position. So it looks like a small no double in that position that we just looked at. Big take, of course, with the anchor made, but just on the borderline there. So not a big mistake. So yes, I'm noticing that some cubes have been missed there by Ricardo, as noted in the chat, and just playing too quickly, I guess. There is plenty of time to think, and here making the anchor is again not necessary, because now what will happen if Ricardo rolls a double three, double five, double two? So the front position is just going to collapse. So really, for mobility, wants to move. So a lovely roll there for Misja, making the point. So now really wants White to enter on a 24 point, wants Ricardo to enter. But 1-6, again, in and out, just needs to get moving. So I would be moving that back checker out for 24, because you really do not want to get stuck here. The timing is really poor. Now here we can see that Misja will probably bring 2 down, really wants to make that bar point. I'm not sure about this. You really need to have control. Even slotting is probably too big, but certainly trying to make the bar point and really get stuck. So double 6 is a killer. Escapes, hits, does everything. And now gammons are alive and well after that joker there. So there was a small window of light there for Misja, but yes. Something I've tried to teach myself to do, just to slow down. I mean, every decision is a cube decision. I think Dirk Schiemann said that, but it's very easy to overlook that and make plays. And, I played Dirk Schiemann recently and missed a bunch of gammon save plays. And again, I was playing too quickly. And in retrospect, some of the plays looked obvious. But of course, in the heat of battle, you can miss these plays. And some of the plays you miss are crucial. So backgammon is a race, but it's not a race to who moves the fastest. It's So we can see that the tempo of the match has swung towards Ricardo here. So really, Misja might want to take a break after this match, after this game, just break the tempo a little bit, go and refresh and come back. So here, double 3. So against the 2 point there. So what is White thinking here by ripping the checkers off, fighting for the gammon? Misja does not have the timing here, so he's going to have to leave the anchor at some point. So again, you can be quite aggressive here on the bear off. It does seem that whatever else is just you. So sure. So now Ricardo really has a lot of shots there. You do not want to be odd on your back point. There's lots and lots of shots there with 6s and 5s, doubles. We've got 64 people watching, listening to my dulcet tones. 5-2 plays nicely. One of the rolls that doesn't leave a shot. But now there is potential here to leave shots continuing being stripped on the back. So running with a 6-2 really doesn't want to lose a gammon here. 5-2. So again, Ricardo hoping for a big double here to get off. So nice, clean crossover there, playing to the 6 points, no wastage at all. So now, so 8 too late, 9 just in time. That's an old Benjamin rule about when you should go and when you should stay. 8 too late, 9 just in time, going when your opponent has 9 checkers. So here there is still gammon potential. Of course, if Ricardo rolls a double, or even Misja could just roll low numbers. As we see, I don't want to commentator's curse there. So 5 or 6 is here important, but of course 5-1, 6-1. So that cuts down the amount of numbers and just saves the gammon there, but very, very close there on the gammon save. So now it's 7 away, 13 away. So we can see at this score that if I just look at the match equity table, 22% winning chances. So the break has been taken, which I thought would be the case. So I'm just going to take a little break, get a cup of tea, as we like to drink in England. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the match. I will be back in a short moment. Okay, so we're back. So Dan Rivera here. Backgammon is beautiful. Ricardo Malice, 7 away. And Mr. Alama, 13 away, can be a lot more aggressive with the cube trailing there in the match. So 2-5. So the double hit is an option there with 5-2 with a stack on the 6 and 8 point there, the blitzing structure. You can make the double hitting play. 3-2 steps up. Okay, so 3-2. So you'd like to play the 2 down, 13 to 11, stepping out to duplicate the 6s there. You can see for white to hit on the bar, make the bar. Always looking for those plays. And 3-4 is not so good. Here you can sweep it around to duplicate the 4s, playing to the 11 point. Of course, you can hit with a 3, but then what are you going to do with a 4 afterwards? So looks to be like you'd play to 11 point. Of course, when you make duplicating plays, then you give your opponent tougher decisions, because when he does roll that number, it means that he has a choice of what to do. And so instead he decides to duplicate the 1s here, putting a checker in front of the stripped points there. Now the 6-1 is somewhat awkward. Would have liked to have made the 5 point there, but hits, of course, and comes out. And as I said, Mr. can be extremely aggressive with the cube here. Now that he's got freedom with those back checkers, really wants to keep a close eye on the race. And now Ricardo should consider anchoring here with the 3, with the match lead, wants to stabilize the position and reduce volatility, not encourage it. And now you can see just blots all over the place, very vulnerable. And now would like to make the 5 there. But again, this 3-1 has a lot of options, and it's just worth slowing down, thinking about what they are. What is your second best play? You know, do you need to make the anchor there? So now with a double hit, so here we can see how Ricardo will enter and whether we'll see a cube here from Misja, depending on what's responded. But double 3 is brilliant, of course. Hits, makes a point, does everything. So we won't be seeing a cube in response to that one. But still, Ricardo has a lot of work. Stuck back, double 4, very nice. So makes hits, makes a 4 point, and then decides where the other 4 is. So again, you do the obvious 4s to begin with, such as entering and making a point, and then you worry what's next. So here, brings one down for diversification, only leaving some indirect numbers to hit. And white comes in and hits off that. Acts as a tempo play to stop red building with a whole roll. And 3-6. So 3 in, the 6 isn't too good, but really may have to run here just for a lack of anything better. Yeah, running in front of stripped points and duplicating the 4s there. So 6-3. Again, you can hit here as Ricardo run and hit. Looks like the right idea, leaving a blotting board, of course. But it just takes away that builder there for red to build, make the 5 point, really. Destabilizes, always good. Knocks your opponent off balance. Again, it hits again. So a lot of hitting backwards and forwards in this match. And of course, it's not always right to hit. That's another consideration. Sometimes when you're ahead, you don't want to hit. You just want to anchor or play safer, not leaving blots exposed. And Ricardo, with the match lead, does want to play something more conservative, whereas Mischa is looking for contact, looking for volatility in position, so can get a cube and win a gammon and claw back that lead. So 5-1. So again, nice roll to play that. So 6-5. Again, it's pretty awkward to play. So how will White make this play? Whether to slot the 4 point is certainly an option, leaving some numbers. But this is just leaves you a little bit cut off there with the midpoint in the 15. You've got to ask yourself, how are you going to bring this home? May have been worth taking a bit of a bigger risk now, but again, tricky moves you certainly need to think about over the board. You can't just make snap decisions. And the rate of a 5-3 here brings 2 in. And again, what else is there? So 2-4. So again, we can see now with these inflexible stripped points, as we mentioned for Ricardo, what is he going to do now? Is he going to make the point and slot the ace? But then if he does that, what will he do next turn? And now running in front of a blitz position there with 11 checkers is pretty dangerous. But so where are we? So 6-1, very good roll coming out, but again, very stripped. Mr. building the board. 6-2. Again, waiting for a shot. So similar to the game we saw earlier in the match where mutual holding, both waiting for a checker to be sprung loose and then to attack. So Mr. must be itching to cube this position. But of course, has got to wait for the shot here. And now only an indirect has been left there with some numbers, of course, duplicated to make points. So 6-5 looks all right to bring them both in. Yeah, don't see what else. Play pure, slot the 3 point, gives yourself good 3s and 1s. Of course, 5s and 6s don't play very well. And 6-1 here. So looks like bring 1 in there to the 6 point. Don't leave any shots here in this scenario. Okay, superb hit. So now we're going to see, well, it could actually be too good on a dance with those 4 checkers to be moved around. So certainly, is it too good here? Might be worth taking a roll. We've got 27 plus covering numbers. And then if White does enter on the 24, can always cash it then. But there are gammons in this position, and White, of course, could enter badly and leave more blots in the outfield. So this is what Mr. is thinking about. Whether the position is too good or whether it is just a cash here. Certainly, I would not be taking this as Ricardo with a match lead. You just let this one go. Well, there's no harm in playing on. Okay, pretty easy pass there. So certainly thought about the too good situation and may have been worth taking a roll just to see what happened there. Okay, so okie dokie. Another point. Creeping up. 6-2, hitting, fighting for the good points in the early game. Always deprives your opponent from making that anchor. Hits. Okay. Double 5. There's that option. There's the option of making the ace point as well, of course, but it looks right to deprive your opponent of that anchor. And comes in. And now what with the 1? So stepping up with the 1 there. So 5-3. So make the 5 point. Also, you can consider there, of course, making a 5 and hitting on the ace as a kind of tempo to pick up that other checker. Again, you're looking for gammons here when you're behind. So very good. So hit. Now you can decide whether you want to make the 4 point or make the 2 point. And again, here you should be thinking about the cube. So what happens? What is your cube action after this? So depending on what white rolls, whether white anchors or doesn't anchor here, you are going to have a strong cube as red. So you need to be kind of thinking about what you want to happen next. Here, if you don't leave any shots, of course, then it puts you in a very strong cubing position. Even if white does anchor, you certainly still have a lot of threats. You have the better structure up in the race. So a lot of things are going for you here as Mr. Hi, Marion. Okay. Okay, so 1 and 6. So I would still be cubing this at the score, exactly. So nice. And with the anchor made now, whether or not you can take this, I think you can just about squeeze a take. But of course, very risky because just lets this one go. Of course, there were some numbers there that made the bar. Again, we can look at the factors in cube takes and passes, whether or not you have anchors and how high the gammons are and your match score. I've made videos on cubing, so it makes the aggressive slotting play there being behind the right thing to do. And double 4 is great, makes a point, makes a 9 point over 4 point. Okay. Looks a little bit awkward and stiff, but wow, 6-4 is pretty awful. And Riccardi doubles this, which is nowhere close to a double at the score. I certainly don't think so. But it has some threats with the 6, but I certainly would not be doubling this. Maybe for money, it's a double, but at this score with red having the anchor, it does not look to be the case. And now, of course, we need to be thinking about the recube at the score as well. Opponent having a higher take point, being ahead in a match, which means you can cube earlier. And slots with a 1, very good. So now you see that Mr. is playing a 20-point holding game with a goalkeeper, and you can take pretty deep in these positions. And now exposing a blot. So Okay, so white dances there. Wow. So not a recube just yet, but certainly not miles away. Um, so makes a 20 point with a three. Just stops white rolling double one, double two, double three. Some doubles to crushing number and six down. And now, wow, to 265. So now Ricardo is really going to regret having sent that cube earlier. So now double six, we can see what's going to happen. And now the recube will be coming. Let's see what happens if Ricardo enters low. Okay, enters with double four, so it's a pretty good roll. Well, this is an interesting position now for Misja. So a lot of attack potential there. Alpha recube, not looks definitely worth thinking about, but decides to wait a roll. And now hits to prevent attacker blot. Yes. So now, for sure, on a dance, this is a big cube. And wow, hits back 2-5. Good roll from Ricardo. Again, can't cube just yet. 5-4 and misses. So I think you just make the 20 point here. Yeah. Really stops white making that point. And once the six and the four have been made, really nice to make that point as well. And double four is a great roll to bring in that checker all the way around to safety. Exactly what Ricardo wants to be doing, playing a nice, simple racing game. So there's definitely opportunities there for Misja, but Ricardo kept entering, but that's backgammon for you. The luck swings both ways. Double six. And there you go. Simply just putting those checkers behind, creating landing points nice and safe. Don't want to be leaving any shots here. And now red can start building the board. So white has double six. Is going to leave a shot here. And we've got double four, which is awkward, but plays them both in. And now we can see that the score is likely going to be 5 away, 11 away after this. But of course, reds may roll some big numbers. So, okay. So at 11 away, 5 away, Mr. will only have about 20% winning chances for the match. And that's score. So taking a big lead in the match there, Ricardo, from the Lebanon. Okay, nice. Doesn't leave a shot with 5-1, 6-1. So that's all. So really just wants to definitely not get gammons here, reducing the winning chances even further. So still quite a bit of work to do there. The Mistra bringing them round 3 and 4. Again, just playing for 6 points, not getting any wastage. Well, double 4 is huge there. So now we're down to 7 checkers. So reds can play to their 12, get a good 6 to come in. So again, the gammon save is going to be very close. Very, very close indeed. Okay, so here, considering how doubles play, how does double three play, for instance, double two, just trying to get enough rolls to get off the gammon. Really do not want to lose 4 points here, which would take Ricardo to 3 away. Obviously, the further you are apart in a match score, the greater difference the match winning chances become. And at 20%, you are, of course, a bigger underdog there at that score. But so again, kind of seeing here how the numbers play. So certainly best to bring one in, it seems. If you get a chance to bring one into the board, then we're just wasting 1 pip there by doing so. Okay, so double one is awful. So now you really do need to stop and really think about, well, double three, that works. What about double two? Can you get double two? Does that work? So really going through those plays. And here you just get double threes, double fours, double fives, double sixes. So, wow. So big roll, double six gets off the gammon. Score goes to 5 away, 11 away. So now we're just playing an 11-point match. So very interesting. So here we are in a semi-final of Gibraltar. Big tournament run by Arda. Double four, so up and down exactly like this. They make the 5 point. So that's cocked. Roll again. 5-1. So can make the bar point there. Of course, you don't want to give Mr. any doubles there. Double one. Slots of 4 points, nice and pure. Slotting the points in the order you want to make them. Another key concept there in backgammon. I mean, knowing these concepts and how to apply them is really important. So slightly unusual there to play to the 2 point. I think I would have made the bar there with 6-3. So here now can decide whether to run or not with a 6-1, but again, looks very risky. Makes a point, strengthens a home board further. 3-1. Makes a 2 point. Again, lacks value as a point behind the anchor. Anchors, you want to trap them in. They're double six. Here. So that configuration of the checkers on the 13 and the 14 can be really tricky, difficult to clear. I would certainly bring them round and leave a 2 and then double next turn. Even if white rolls a 2, it's just going to leave a lot of shots and you can invite contact with the stronger board. So certainly worth doing so. Okay, so you would need to count the race here, but certainly I would consider sending it. Those checkers on the 8, you can move to the 7 and count them with a mid in 20s. That's certainly kind of one shortcut and then work out the difference kind of between them. So there we are. Again, you can cube a lot more aggressively when you are trailing so much. So certainly worth bearing in mind the match scoring before every game starts. So double three, breaks, clears a contact, brings two in from the 8 point. Okay, I think I just play them both in there. Don't see any need for leaving. Double five, four in. So now hopefully Red will clear this nice and safely. No imminent shot levers there. Even 6-5, 6-4, they still play. There you go. Right. 6-2. So now just bringing them in, and then we will go to 5 away, 9 away. So Mr. is creeping up there at the score. 27% winning chances, 9 away, 5 away. So an exciting match. Still plenty to go. Do check out my channel, Backgammon is Beautiful. Like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Lots of learning content on there. Interviews with top players. All sorts. It's all on there. More videos coming soon. Been working on some 308 cubes. Some other things in the pipeline. So trying to just create that bite-sized content, little 5 minutes of backgammon knowledge, help you improve your game a little bit further. Next year, I'll come to Gibraltar. Stronger UK contingent this year as well. A lot of top UK players there at the tournament, as well as, of course, players from other countries representing, all on that luxury ship you see in the picture. Very beautiful, good prices, all expertly run by Arda. Okay. So now we are in a 9-point match. Started off at a 15, then went down to an 11. Now we're in a 9-point match, getting closer. So the cube volatility obviously becomes more important there when the match gets shorter. Certainly when we reduce down to a 7-point or even a 5-point, then the take points are really key and very easy to make mistakes in cube adjustment at the score. So hit and 2 down, lovely. So okay, they're talking about something. Maybe he played too quickly, didn't see what was happening. Okay, looks right to me. He's questioning the move. Obviously, he doesn't like having 2 in the bar. Accepts it, but now we'll see what the entry is like on this. So 4-1, 2 in. So even considering the cube, I certainly would have, with 1 in the air, then it would have been key. So here you hit with a 2, And then maybe split at the back, to triple split with a 1. Give yourself more numbers to make advanced anchor. Okay, so now this is interesting. Makes a 23-point anchor, but not red doesn't have a blitz structure, more of a priming structure here. Might have been better to make the 11-point. So this is interesting. So if red rolls a 5 and makes the 8-point, is that a market loser here? Certainly. Now we will be seeing a cube unless performed. So double 3 is a great return for red. Still has great numbers here. So any 5 is really strong, making a point. So you can cube from the bar in these situations. And 6-2 is, again, really needed there for Ricardo, hitting with a 6. Stepping up with a 2, leaving a double 4 here. Maybe not necessary against such a strong board, but gives better numbers to make the 4-point. 4-3. Well, you can get off a double 4, or you certainly don't want to leave it now because you leave 2-6. So safety, that's 1, and maybe play that or bring the 3 down potentially. So 2 and 3, and you can still see that Ricardo is stuck there, needs a 6 to get out. But only a 6-4, 6-6 runs at 1 back. Another double there to Ricardo. And 3-1. So now what? So not great. Maybe playing to a 6-point. Certainly very dangerous there to split from the back. Give a lot of attacking numbers there. And of course, the numbers will play a lot better as well. So yes, you just bring that one in, I think, just to see what happens next. So 6-2, so out with a 6 and then safety for 2. You don't want to have blots on both sides of the board. That's not the best idea. Unfortunately misses, but gets to make the barrel there, as it's called, the 4-point board. And red is playing a holding game with just not much timing here. And this is interesting now. Do you make the 4-point, clear that pesky point? Because could cause problems later, of course. Oh, no, rough cut. That's a better play. Making Dan keeping the bar. I overlooked that one. And hits. So hits, but of course can't double this with 4 checkers back. And white is unlikely to crunch. Okay, 4-3 now playing to the 6-point. So what else do we have? 3-6 dances again. So red really needs something good here. So 6 needs to run out. Love to make the point, but just needs to get out. Better timing. Otherwise, the front position is just going to collapse. Of course, would love to make the point there, but then what? Yeah, have to go. Timing, again, another important concept in backgammon, making sure you don't crunch your front position. Ricardo continues to dance. 3-1, stepping up. And now the 3 is interesting. You can come forward and duplicate the 2s that white needs to enter. You kind of like leaving that checker there because you want to make the bar point. So I would have probably stepped up there from the back with a 3. Continues to dance. Not so happy about that. So steps up your 1, now comes forward with a 3. Okay, so really it wants another 6 here. Timing still not great. So 1, 4 plays over to the 1 point. Just about plays. Can't double it yet. 3, 4. So now hitting with the 3. Interesting there. Like, I like the hit, maybe, if you're leaving a 6 shot anyway. And also, Ricardo has a blotting board. So I probably would have hit there with a 3 on the ace point. Here you've also duplicated your own 6s. So Mr. needs 6s to escape and 6s to hit. So that's not usually the best idea. Obviously easier to spot these plays from a kind of a cold objective standpoint, but in the match, not so easy. So here you see with a 6, when white comes up, duplicated the 5s there to hit and to cover. Obviously, it's huge here if Ricardo does roll a 6, which he does. So a 6 has to come out. Oh, no, it's cocked. Well, 5-4 is also good, but again, there is duplication there. Here we see some numbers like 1-4, 1-5, which are just not going to play very well. Or 1-5 plays okay, puts 2 on the bar, but again, now red is just desperate for a 6. So it hits again. Okay, so 3-6, another dance. Double 2, that's nice, makes a point. And now we see that Mr. has run out of timing. So any 5 or 4, 3, just disastrous here. So right to jump out there. So there we are. Now the position is interesting because even though Ricardo has a big lead here, can still consider cubing now that Mr. has lost the 6 point. The board is crunched. He has 4 back. Certainly consider whether it's too good or to double the position. So usually when your opponent starts crunching a board, you know, it's a good sign to trigger the double, or certainly it should be appearing on the radar there. So 2-1 plays nicely there, just remakes a board. Of course, there are some shots here as well, running out of timing. So here can play the amoeba play. Here you see if white was a 6-1, 6-2, 6-3. Going to be, so there we are. That's a benefit of making that play, you see. And so now red has 4s and some indirects to hit here. Okay. Interesting. So again, it's just so hard to double this position now that the 6 point is open, just because Ricardo can just enter so easily from the bar. And again, we still have this situation of those 3 checkers stuck back on a 23 point that really need to get moving. So 6-5 is So even here, I would be considering doubling this. Yes, okay, and can't take that position, just too far down in the race. So an important score here, 4 away for Ricardo. Obviously, getting cubed on a blitz cube and winning the gammon would efficiently win the match for Ricardo. So needs to be very mindful now that the score is getting closer to the end point. So we can see that 9 away, 9 away, 4 away. So at 9 away, 4 away, the take point is higher than money, and that is because gammons have that extra value. You can see that the gammon value is slightly above money at 0.6. So even though there is a match lead there, the doubles can come earlier because of a raised take point. So certainly it's not always the case that you double later. Of course, in other scenarios such as racing positions or low gammonish positions, then that changes. But in gammonish positions, Ricardo can go for the win. So we've got 77 viewers here. I'm trying to check the comments as and when I can. Keep focusing on the match. 5-1. Steps up. Okay. 6-3. Doesn't really do a great deal. Has to slot the point. Not the best roll. Three, 1, so he hits with a 3. So they're leaving double 5. Double 6, ouch. Two, 1. Comes forward and brings 1 down. Okay, 5, 6, and 3s and 1s. Dances. 6-3, very nice. So again, this is quite interesting as well with a rack formation, 4 back behind it. The gammons are obviously on. So white hits. A 1-6. It's not great, but again, not much choice with the 6. Would like to stay back and put pressure on that blot, of course, but that would have been terrible. Would have got hit there. If it's double 5, just bring it all the way around from the 20 point. That's 3 of them. Okay, I'm not sure. So nice hits with a 3, covers with a 4. Very good. Double 2. Makes the bar, has a 5 prime. I think I would have made the 5 prime there. You like the blocking point, but you're so far ahead here as white that why do you want to keep that point? So just make the 5 point prime. You need such a good reason not to make the 5 point, not make the 5 point prime. That is, it's just so good, And even, after that had been made, the 5 prime, then you can consider cubing as Ricardo even at this big match score lead, it's just so strong. And now you can see the double four is pretty bad. So now red really wants to contain this checker, do the best possible, just find a way to stay back, contain, hit, get control of the outfield. So double two is not good either. So those two checkers on the eight are going to have to come in. No real choice. And then play into the 2 points. So interesting. So 2-1. So making the 11 point is a possibility. Connects well with the open 5 point. Hitting is too big. I think you just make the 11 point here. Can't see anything else. Well, this gives you a few more numbers to make the bar. Into 7 checkers. 4-3 escapes. So that worked out quite well. Now, 1s and 3s to hit. Okay, 1 makes a 5 point. Then slots for bar, I think. Leaves some shots, but really need to contain that lone checker. Stop that escaping. Nice play there from Mr. Okay, so wow, huge entry there from Ricardo. Huge coming in, hitting and escaping. Massive roll. But 1-4 is a good return. A 4 can just jump off, jump out, leave that back to get a 3 to hit. So I would be coming off the anchor here with a 4. You need to take some risks when you are behind and you really want to pick up that second checker. And here, if white dances, then you can double. I don't see much value in just playing that to the 8 point. So coming forward is good. Yes. Okie dokie. Now what? 3-6. So again, very good. Comes in, but can't hold that for long. Gonna break that with 6s. Staying back there. So now 4-2 brings that up, of course. Yes, staying back there for some shots. 3-2. Not fantastic. But of course, there are so many shots that are going to leave. So playing them all for 2 there. So 6-5. So here you can bring another one out, or you can just make the 2 point, which looks right, strengthen the board. Two, 1. Double 3, I guess. Such a good roll. Gosh, Ricardo, I think the luck is swinging in his favour somewhat. Nevertheless, anything can happen. So 6-5 is good. Now the gammons are on again. So Mr. wants to get that checker off for 24 point immediately. That's right. Bring 2 in. Okay. I would just bring them into a 6-point. Here, it's looking unlikely to get a shot, but here we have 6-3. That is a shot leader. So certainly bring in as many in as you can. I'm trying to get off. Usually for every checker back, you're adding about 7-8% gammons for each extra checker. These were a bit more forward, so they are not completely trapped behind a 5 prime, but still, it's not good. So, of course, Ricardo's playing on here because the gammons are just so high. Of course, if Ricardo ends in a position which is very, leaves a lot of shots and can cash that position, so double 5, I would definitely be running one off now. I just do not think you need to be wasting. How many pips was that? Something like 9 pips were just wasted there, which could be pretty crucial. So certainly running one off. So 6-4, very nice. Runs 2 quadrants. 4-3. Exactly. So decided whether to bring that 2 in. Looks right to me. There are some shots here, of course, with high numbers. I wouldn't be cashing this. So the gammons have reduced quite a lot now, so it may be a cash because the gammon is pretty much saved. So why take the risk of rolling something like a 6-5? And here, of course, getting hit is not very good, but that's been missed, and now you can cash the position. Okay, so I think maybe here XG would play on for 2 good still. Of course, you could roll 2 or 3 doubles in a row, and Reds could roll 2 ones, and very valuable getting 2 points here for Ricardo. Going to 2 away, 3 away is a bit of a ugly score, if you like. Okay, so it has to cube. 3 away, 9 away. So 3 away scores, yeah. As a leader, you're just basically not doubling, certainly not doubling a blitz position because you don't get the full value of the gammons. Different situation in races and holding games, but certainly you would never double a blitz. So it's not over. Not over until it's over. That's for sure. We can see. I'll keep trying to add some comments as we go away. So here the gammon value is very low. 3 away, 9 away. Much lower than for money because you don't get a full value there, as I said. So drum sides. So even here, so Reds can be super aggressive with the cube at this score, trailing by a very big margin. So 9 away, 3 away. Again, just quite a standard take. Take around money at this score. So double 1, great follow-up. So now Really, it's huge here. Winning a gammon, even though the position isn't that gammonish yet, would be a big swing. And those 3 6s just keep on flying. So Ricardo just hits ropes, bounces straight back up, keeps going. That's what makes backgammon such an exciting game. Those highs and lows, and anything can happen. That's why we all love it. Gets our heart racing. So 5 6. Interesting. So deciding whether to split to the bar, not a bad idea. Certainly, this is another idea of fighting for contact. When you've got a stronger board, you want to invite contact. So here, white could hit twice. It's definitely an option. But do you want to hit twice when you're outboarded 3-1? That's the question you have to ask yourself in this situation. That getting hit with a cube turned, not so great. Makes a hit anyway. I think whatever happened, you were going to leave shots. So looks right. 4-5, 2 in. Would have preferred to hit, of course. And 3-4. Now pick and pass. So once you've slotted the ace point, then you want to make it often the right thing to do. Not to leave a blot there, you just simply remake that point. So 4-2, hitting, got a hit. I think with those two buried checkers there on the ace point, I would certainly be hitting with the 4. You're down in the race. You simply want to attack. You've got a better board. Just make the attacking play there. Don't worry. And even here, we just see so many returns, such as that one. And now Mr. would really like to pick up another checker if possible. So double 3. Okay, so here we can see we can make the 10 point and block the 6s there if Mr. decides to make the anchor. Also playing down to the 3 point because there's 5 checkers out on a 6, so it's putting them to good use. So it makes a blitzing play here. I'm not sure I like the blitz so much. Just leaving yourself really vulnerable to getting hit back with a lot of numbers. And of course, you know, there is real gammon threat. I know the cube is turned, but even winning 2 points and getting to Crawford is just super strong. Of course, you know, the efficiency is not just winning the match, but also taking to Crawford where the cube is out of play. So 6-1. So making the bar point looks good with a 6. And then how do you play the 1? Here you can see that white has a stripped point, a stripped 8 point. So hitting exposes a checker. So maybe slotting 6-5 looks correct. Exactly. Not bad. Pretty good. 5-2. Make the bar and slot the 4 point. Looks correct. Put your checkers where they belong, as McGrill would say. So 6-5 is not great at all. So here, will Ricardo hit loose? I think there's not really much choice in the matter, but obviously very dangerous to get hit back here. And dances, wow, big dance. So you can tell by his body language, he's not that please there in his double four follow up is fantastic, making 2 points. And now in big trouble here, Mr. Very big trouble. Of course, White still has points to clear there. Ricardo's got that pesky 18 points. We've seen that in previous games. That can be a nuisance to clear, but okay, so it does enter, but now hitting with a 2 is very risky. But what else can you do? I mean, you don't want to play 6-4. You don't want to play 4-2. So White comes in and hits. Wow, good. Excellent. Well, making that anchor was absolutely crucial there for Misja. That's definitely brought down the gammons by a lot. So 5-2. How do you play this one? Slightly awkward number. You can make the bar with, you can make the mid with 5s, but then how do you play the 2 afterwards? That's a question. So you make this point instead. Do leave good 6s and 1s to hit back. So you hit with a 1. Okay, maybe not. Maybe more of a gammon saving play there, not to leave those returns. Oh, where are we? No. So we're seeing a lot of games on the same theme. A lot of these holding games with multiple points that are stripped in the outfield seems to be quite commonly appearing. 6-3 looks nice to make that. Good playing pure. Okay, you're leaving 4s, but Ricardo has a blot in board there, you see, and 5-1 is not so good. Of course, would have liked to have made the 2 point there, but that's not possible. So now the 5 just has to break the 8 point there. 17 points is just going to you can duplicate 4s by bringing the 5 down as well. So that looks right. I don't like breaking a 6 point there. I just think, what are you going to do next turn? This is the question to ask yourself. And now you have even more inflexibility in your position, and you still have these points to clear. So you might as well. And now it's more dangerous now that red is going to have the board. So I would certainly be making the 3 point here, leaving a 4. Now that Ricardo's front position is smushed, it's just I like making a 3 point here, and then this way you leave a blot there. You give white a 1-4, no 1-5, 1-3 to hit, make the point. Not sure on this play whether this, spending some time to think about it. Okay, so taking a lot of time to think about this play. going through the shots, obviously counting through them, seeing kind of what's going to play badly for Ricardo. I would certainly prefer the better board here, having a 5-point board. And I mean, really, I don't really mind being hit with a 4 unless Ricardo rolls a 4 through a 4-6. Definitely calculating. Okay, so makes this play interesting one. One to look up afterwards to see what's correct. So double 3 again brings those guys round, breaks a contact in the position. Does not want to hold on to that point. That's difficult to clear. Looking to hit, which just interesting decision. Hit and cover. Obviously increases the gammons there, but also leaves a lot of returns. And I think here you leave 3-4, you leave 6-1, you leave 6-4. Some 4s are duplicated there, but still it's a lot of shots. I think I would have just played the double 3 around. Okay, unfortunately, so 3-4 hits, no? Okay. Am I missing something? Does a... Okay, deciding which one to hit with. Okay. So again, I don't think it was necessary there to be leaving all those shots there, certainly with a big lead. Enters straight away and picks up that blot and now needs to perform and enter quickly. So 6-5 hits back. So again, the gammons go 2 ways here. Just needs a dance and then to roll a 1 or a 4 to pick up that second checker. 2 checkers, double 3, super strong again, but can't escape that back checker. So simply just plays in safely, not leaving any more blots. Certainly don't need to be doing anything silly. So just play that forward. Okay. So 4-5 misses. So a 6 would be really big here for Ricardo. Oh, it's a 5-2. So pick and pass. Certainly putting 2 on the bar is big. Does not like that big stack of checkers on the ace point, but still too good to turn down. Another dance. Miza. 5-1 picks up another checker. So gammons have skyrocketed in this position. So Misja is really hoping for something special here, or this all could be over. Does have the safety of the anchor, and Ricardo does need to get that checker around safely, not leaving any double 3s, double 6s, things like that. Needs to be thinking carefully about any jokers that may be rolled just to turn the game on its head. But certainly just once safe. So okay. So obviously a bit worried about the double 6 and stuff, but you're not going to hit here because you don't want to get hit back. So back goes to that point and that creeps up. Exactly. So 5, very nice. Good distribution there. So no shots coming here with that structure. Actually, double 2, no, double 2 just plays just about. So Again, we see another situation where Mr. is just desperately trying to save the gammon, but here the gammons are just so high for Ricardo with so many back. He must have 60, 70% gammons probably here. That it is looking very unlikely. I mean, Mr. has tried to come back into the game, into the match at several points, maybe been a bit unlucky at times, but certainly kind of fought, well. Both players have made a good effort there. Let's see. So here we can see that there are some bad rolls here, like 5-2, 6-2, 4-2, double 6, double 5, double 4, double 3. Okay, so just super safe. No need to take any risks here. So that's right. You just stack up, get off some of the bad rolls. Absolutely no need to take any risk whatsoever. But Gammon is pretty assured unless he rolls one of the doubles and leaves a shot. So anything can happen. Okay. Okay, gives himself a good 1 and 2. Okay, what's he thinking about here? No. All 3. So there we are. So now there is a definite potential here. Of course, got to leave a shot and then got to hit the shot afterwards. About a third of the time, you're getting that hit. So 5-3, trying to make the 8 point there. Certainly, okay. So now this 1 is keeps Mr. in the match. Oh, for the crowd. And unfortunately does not hit. So that looks like it's all over, unless Ricardo rolls a double 1. Anything can happen in backgammon, of course. So, and there we have it. Handshake, well played. Ricardo wins, goes through to the next round. Unlucky Mr. I've been Dan Rivera. I hope you enjoyed my commentary. Check out my channel, Backgammon is Beautiful. And see you around. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm signing off. Goodbye.